him have a problem with numbers. So.
You may be seated. I now call this sitting of the Honorable House of Representatives to order.
Before take roll call, there's another item on the agenda in which I can bring this to your attention. I notice what I've learned over my 26 years here, that once the marshal announces the speaker, everyone must be in silence. Secondly, once the speaker enters the chamber and the door is closed, no one is to enter until prayer is completed. But I notice other members who have been here for some time be doing it. And members who just came to the house recently been following those examples. So we need to set it clear that once the marshal announces the speaker, all members must be in reverence. And I also noticed after the prayers, we're all talking and making noise before you call the house to order. Over the years, what we all keep silence until the speaker announces. Secondly, no member is to enter the chamber once the speaker comes through that door until after she announces the house is called to order. Why I raise it is because I've seen young members doing it, coming through, because they follow the example of members who have been here before. So that needs to be said clear, Madam Speaker, that the rules be observed and the respect be shown to the chair.
Thank you, Member Warmington. Members, let me take this opportunity to welcome you this 11th day of November 2025 to the sitting of the House. Call of the roll.
Mr. Clark. Here. Mr. Green. Dr. Holness. Dr. Chang. Mrs. Williams. Mr. Bartlett. Ms. Grange, Dr. Tufton, Mr. Mackenzie, Mr. Montague, Mr. Vaz, Mr. Chuck, Mr. Charles Jr., Mr. Morgan, Ambassador Marks, Mr. Samuda, Dr. Wheatley, Mrs. Cuthbert Flynn, Mr. Terry Long, Mr. Witter, Mrs. Dalrymple Filbert, Ms. Morrison, Ms. Lee, Mr. Donovan Williams, Mr. Main, Ms. Crawford, Mr. Delroy Williams, Ms. Hamilton, Mr. Sivright, Mr. Azan, Mr. Brown, Dr. Brown-Burke, Mr. Buchanan, Mr. Bunting, Ms. Burchell, Dr. Campbell, Mr. Cousins, Mr. Crawford, Ms. Daly, Dr. Dawes, Mr. Golding, Mr. Gordon, Mr. Hales, Mr. Hines, Mr. Hilton, Mr. Jackson, Ms. Jess, Mrs. Malahoo Fort, Mrs. Miller Bennett, Mr. Morris, Mrs. Nita Garvey, Mr. Newell, Mr. Paulwell, Mr. Phillips, Ms. Perkis, Mr. Robertson, Mr. Robinson, Dr. Russell, Ms. Shaw, Mr. Smith, Mr. Vaz, and Mr. Warmington. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I take the opportunity to extend a warm welcome to all members of this honorable House, the members of the media, our various visitors in the gallery, and to the many Jamaicans joining us online and through the various broadcast platforms. Let me take particular mention of 28 students and 2 teachers from the St. Diego High School in St. Catherine who will be observing today's proceedings from the gallery. Colleagues, as we gather today, our thoughts remain with the many Jamaicans still feeling the impact of Hurricane Melissa. That is across the island as homes are being repaired, communities rebuilt, lives being restored. Yet even in the hardship, we continue to see the best of our people, their courage, compassion, and quiet resolve. Let me ask all of us to keep in our thoughts and prayers all those who have suffered loss and those who continue the hard work of recovery. Their strength is a reminder of who we are as a nation, steadfast, caring, and unyielding in hope. In this context, I wish to acknowledge the Honorable Desmond Mackenzie, Minister of Local Government and Community Development, and the Honorable Dr. Christopher Tufton, Minister of Health and Wellness, for their leadership throughout this time, and particularly because we overlooked acknowledging them for the conferment of their Order of Jamaica, and that is in the case of Minister Desmond Mackenzie, his OJ, and Dr. Tufton, his Order of Distinction in the rank of Commander Class. These honors are well-earned tribute to their unwavering service, steadfast commitment, and enduring dedication to the people of Jamaica. Members of this honorable House, we also bear in mind our sacred responsibility to reflect that same spirit in our deliberations, to lead with purpose, to reason with respect, and to act with conviction and care. In that regard, I wish to remind members of the ruling made on the 21st of October 2025 concerning the manner of seeking recognition in the Chamber. And in particular, a considered amendment. Members, please take a look at Standing Order 32, subsection 1, where the Standing Order prescribed that members rise to their feet to be acknowledged. Let us therefore approach today's business with renewed purpose, united in service, guided by respect, and grounded in our collective duty to the people of Jamaica. Members, today, November 11, 2025, is recognized as a Remembrance Day, Poppy Day in Jamaica and across the Commonwealth. Armistice Day, which is commiserated every year on this day, marks the Allies of World War I and Germany in France in 1918, thereby signaling the end of World War I. Over the years, the day has also been used to remember the contribution of veterans of World War II and recognize the important role that they played in securing the freedoms which we enjoy today. Several Jamaicans served honorably in both wars, and today we lend our support to Jamaica, to the Jamaican Legion, to show that we care and recognize the enormous sacrifice made in the past, the benefits of which we currently continue to enjoy. The Jamaican Legion representative with us here today is retired Warrant Officer, Class 1, Martin Spalding from the Jamaica Defense Force, who is here to take us through the drill. House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the meeting of the House be suspended briefly to enable the members to pay tribute to the fallen soldiers and veterans of World War I and II. Madam Speaker, there is an exhortation I wish to bring our members' attention to on your desk so you can participate in the tribute. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, House Leader. Members, you are required to stand. Is it the wish of the House that the meeting be suspended for the purpose outlined by the leader? Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Lord God of hosts, be with us yet.
Lest we forget.
They shall grow not old, as we that are left grow old. Age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn. At the going down of the sun, and in the morning, we will remember them.
Members, you may take your seat. This Honorable House now resumes its sitting. House Leader. Mike, please.
Madam Speaker, we do expect statements, but I ask that we proceed, suspend statement by ministers. We may recommit it later and move on with the agenda of the House.
Members, the question is that we recommit statement by ministers and move on with the agenda. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Announcements.
Laid on the table of the House are the following: annual reports and audited financial statements of the Jamaica Mortgage Bank for the year ended March 31, 2024. Annual report of the National Education Trust for the financial year 2024-2025. Green paper numbered 02 of 2025 entitled National Animation Policy 2026 to 2036. The Bauxite Production Levy Capital Development Fund Withdrawal Order 2025 and its resolution. Under the Bauxite Production Levy Act, Integrity Commission's investigation report into concerns that Mr. Sidney Rose, a councillor employed to the St. Catherine Municipal Corporation, failed to file his statutory declarations with the Commission for the years 2019, 2020, 2021, and 2022, contrary to the law and its indicative ruling. Integrity Commission's investigation report into concerns that Mr. Leroy Dunn, a councillor employed to the St. Catherine Municipal Corporation, failed to file his statutory declarations with the Integrity Commission for the periods 2019, 2020, 2021, and 2022, contrary to the law and its indicative ruling. Integrity Commission's investigation report into concerns that Mr. Renard Benjamin, a councillor employed to the St. Catherine Municipal Corporation, failed to file his statutory declarations with the Integrity Commission for the periods 2020 and 2022, contrary to the law and its indicative ruling. Integrity Commission's investigation report into concerns that Mr. Keith McCook, a councillor employed to the St. Catherine Municipal Corporation, failed to file his statutory declaration with the Commission for the year 2022, contrary to the law and its indicative ruling. Report of the Regulations Committee of the House of Representatives on its deliberations on the National Housing Trust, Housing Benefits Special Selection, Catherine Estates Housing Development Batch 1, Order 2025. Report of the Regulations Committee of the House of Representatives on its deliberations on the National Housing Trust, Housing Benefits Special Selection, Industrial Cove Manor Housing Development Order of 2025. Report of the Regulations Committee of the House of Representatives on its deliberations on the National Housing Trust, Housing Benefits Special Selection, Masmere Flats Housing Development Order 2025. And finally, the Auditor General's Department certified appropriation accounts under Head 08000 for the Ministry, the Independent Commission of Investigations 2023 for 2024 from the Auditor General's Department. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Bills brought from the Senate. Petitions, papers, reports from committees. House Leader.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to lay on the table of the House the report of the Regulations Committee of the House of Representatives on its deliberation on the National Housing Trust, Housing Benefit, Special Selection, Catherine Estate Housing Development Batch 1, Order number 25. The report of the Regulations Committee of the House of Representatives and its deliberation on the National Housing Trust Housing Benefit Special Selection Industry Cove Manor Housing Development Order 2025 and the report of the Regulations Committee and the House of Representatives on its deliberation on the National Housing Trust Housing Benefit Special Selection Maysmore Flats Housing Development Order 2025.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Notices of motions given orally. First, yes, House Leader, because there are several.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice. Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move the following motion. Whereas Section 1G of Section 41 of the Constitution of Jamaica requires members of this House of Representatives to vacate his seat if any firm in which he is a partner or any company of which he is a director or manager becomes a party to any contract with the government of Jamaica for or on account of the public service, or if he becomes a partner in a firm or a director or manager of a company which is a party to any such contract, and whereas the Member of Parliament for St. Andrew North Western is a shareholder of Carleen Smith and Company, which is a family-owned business, and whereas this entity may from time to time enter into contracts with the government of Jamaica and its affiliated agencies, and whereas the member has disclosed his interest in this entity, be it resolved that this motion be referred to the Ethics Committee of the House of Representatives for consideration and report. Madam Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take this motion.
Thank you, House Leader. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move the Bauxite Production Levy Capital Development Fund Withdrawal Order 2025 Resolution. Whereas Section 12(1) of the Bauxite Production Levy Act, hereinafter referred to as the Act, establishes the Capital Development Fund. And whereas Section 12(5) of the Act provides that the Minister may from time to time, by order, direct that a sum specified in the order be drawn from the Capital Development Fund for such purposes and subject to such conditions as shall be specified in the order. And whereas Section 12(6) of the Act provides that every order made under Section 12(5) of the Act shall be subject to affirmative resolution of the House of Representatives. And whereas on the 7th day of November 2025, the Minister made the Bauxite Production Levy Capital Development Fund Withdrawal Order 2025 for the purposes of drawing $400 million from the Capital Development Fund for use in the implementation of Phase 8 of the Bauxite Community Development Program during the years 2025 to 2028. And whereas it is desirable that the Bauxite Production Levy Capital Development Fund Withdrawal Order 2025 be affirmed, now therefore be it resolved by this Honourable House as follows. This resolution may be cited as the Bauxite Production Levy Capital Development Fund Withdrawal Order 2025 Resolution. 2. The Bauxite Production Levy Capital Development Fund Withdrawal Order 2025, which was laid on the table of the House on the 11th day of November 2025, is affirmed. Madam Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notice of which was given. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. State Minister Whittle.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move the following motions. Be it resolved that the report of the Regulations Committee of the House of Representatives on its deliberations on the National Housing Trust, Housing Benefit, Special Selection, Catherine Estates Housing Development Batch 1, Order 2025, and the report of the Regulations Committee of the House of Representatives on its deliberations on the National Housing Trust Housing Benefit Special Selection Industry Cove Manor Housing Development, Order 2025, and the report of the Regulations Committee of the House of Representatives on its deliberations on the National Housing Trust Housing Benefit Special Selection Maysmore Flats Housing Development, Order 2025, which were laid on the table of the House on the 11th day of November 2025, be approved. Madam Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take this motion.
Thank you. Questions and answers to questions? Motions that may be made at the commencement of public business requiring notice, motions relating to the sitting of the House, motions for leave to introduce bills, presentation of bills without leave of the House first obtained, public business. House Leader.
Madam Speaker, on the 14th day of October, I gave notice in this Honorable House of private members Thank you very much. Thank you. Madam Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notice of which I gave earlier.
House, the question is we suspend the standing orders to take the motion. Those in favor? Those against, the ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, I now move that the motion, notice of which I gave earlier, be approved.
The question is that the motion, notice of which was given earlier, be approved. Those in favor? Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it. Minister Williams, Finance Minister.
Madam Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notice of which I gave earlier.
Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Minister.
Madam Speaker, the Jamaica Bauxite Institute, JBI, was established by the Government of Jamaica in 1975 as a regulatory, planning, and development agency to manage the sovereign aspects of the government's participation in the bauxite alumina industry. The Bauxite Company Development Program was established in October 1996 with a mandate to promote long-term sustainable developments in communities affected by bauxite mining and alumina operations. Under the program, funding is provided for projects to generate employment and improve the social and physical infrastructure of communities. The program is administered by the JBI under the guidance of a steering committee comprising representatives of the JBI and Portfolio Ministry, with each phase having a duration of between 2 and 3 years. Section 12 of the Bauxite Production Levy Act provides for the establishment of the Capital Development Fund and sets out the mechanisms by which withdrawals are made. In keeping with the provisions of the Act, a withdrawal order and resolution was drafted by the Office of Parliamentary Counsel to facilitate the withdrawal of $400 million from the Capital Development Fund for the purposes of implementing Phase 8 of the Bauxite Community Development Program. The Capital Development Fund currently has sufficient resources to facilitate the withdrawal of $400 million during the 2025-26 financial year. At July 31, 2025, the JBI reported a total of $13.1 million being held for the Bauxite Community Development Program following implementation of Phase 7 of the program. The Bauxite Community Development Program undertook 23 projects in Manchester, St. Anne, St. Elizabeth, St. Catherine, Clarendon, and generally across all bauxite parishes at a total cost of $110.4 million during the 2024-25 financial year. Additionally, 5 projects were undertaken at a cost of $28.93 million to date during the 2025-26 financial year. The requested support of $400 million from the Capital Development Fund is therefore necessary to allow the JBI to finance the implementation of Phase 8 of the Bauxite Community Development Program. These activities are geared towards strengthening livelihoods, enhancing community infrastructure, and supporting socioeconomic development across the bauxite parishes. Madam Speaker, it is proposed that a withdrawal of $400 million be made from the Capital Development Fund in line with the Bauxite Production Levy Act and Cabinet's Decision 23/25 dated June 16, 2025, granting approval for withdrawal and implementation of Phase 8 of the Bauxite Community Development Program during the 2025 to 2028 period. Madam Speaker, I now move that the motion, notice of which I gave earlier, be approved.
Thanks, Minister. Those in favor? Those. Oh, no.
Thank you. I'll wait to be recognized. I'm waiting to be recognized.
Member Warmington.
I'm waiting to be recognized by the Speaker. Now shut your mouth.
The member from South Manchester on the motion.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I couldn't allow this motion to be passed without speaking on behalf of the constituency that I represent, South Manchester. But Central is in a similar situation, so I can speak to both. He's here to speak for himself. Madam Speaker, this resolution speaks to extracting the sum of $400 million from the Capital Development Fund for use in the implementation of Phase 8 of the Bauxite Community Development Program over the years 2025, 26, 27, and 28. That's 100 million per year for all the constituencies that are affected by bauxite. Shut your mouth and listen up. Madam Speaker, that 100 million a year is really an embarrassment. If that entire amount was used in South Manchester, it wouldn't begin to dent the work that needs to be done in that constituency. It's quite frankly inconsequential relative to the needs of these constituencies. And if I speak specifically to South Manchester, Madam Speaker, if you were to visit many communities that have suffered, that have endured bauxite mining for decades, Broadleaf, Harmons, Prattville, Asia, Perrins, Lancaster, some of these areas have been mined out and there are still pits unreclaimed decades after they have been mined. When you go in some of these communities, you could only describe the landscape as post-apocalyptic. And this is not because of the recent hurricane. This has been in that condition for decades. Right now, there are schools which are struggling to reopen in South Manchester. Still don't have power. Prattville Primary, Winston Jones. The billions that have been extracted from the immediate environs of these schools. In fact, to get to Winston Jones is marooned. It's like an island and mined out all around the school. And yet they don't have a generator or a solar system that they can continue operating. The school has an agricultural department. They have hundreds of pounds of chickens that they've produced, which are at risk of spoiling because they have no electricity. And yet, billions have been extracted. Billions of dollars have been extracted and continue to be extracted from these areas. Billions in the US. The member from Western St. Andrew is correcting me. In law, the mined out pits are supposed to be reclaimed within a fixed period of time. What the companies appear to be doing is mining out about 95% or 97% of the bauxite. And they leave a little corner of the mined out pit. And they call it an open pit. They haven't finished it because there's a few truckloads left to be removed. And that seems to relieve them of the responsibility indefinitely, because some of those have been in that state now since 2010 and earlier. The JBI, which is being given this money to implement the program behaves often as if they are an advocate for the industry, not an advocate for the communities that are impacted by bauxite mining. The mining, the Commissioner of Mines and the Department of Mines, which also has a role in terms of enforcing the appropriate regulations, they also seem to have been neutered. The benefits that the country gets from bauxite aluminum mining today is a trickle compared with what it was in its heyday. And I have made a recommendation in this House many times before, and this is not a partisan recommendation. This is coming from my perhaps unique experience of representing 3 different constituencies that are heavily impacted by bauxite alumina operations. Originally Southeast Clarendon, where the Jamaica plant is, then Central Manchester, where the Kirkvine plant is, and mining took place, and now South Manchester, which is literally honeycombed with bauxite alumina mining, with bauxite mining going to the alumina plant. This is an industry where we have not matched the expenses to mitigate the environmental damage with the revenues that the companies are earning. I have made a recommendation, Minister, before you had that responsibility, and I will repeat it now, that each ton of bauxite taken out, each ton of bauxite extracted, an amount of money should be put in escrow so that whatever happens down the road, there is money available for reclamation, for other environmental mitigation. I've never had, well, I've had responses that it sounds like a good idea. But I made that recommendation, I think, the first time in 2008. And we still haven't had any action in that regard. What we have today is an industry where there's not a lot of reinvestment taking place. In fact, there is huge exposure. There's huge exposure to communities in St. Anne, where lands have been taken, but persons have not been paid. Contractors are used for mining. Contractors are used for haulage. Contractors are used for loading at the plant. Labor contractors are used to provide casual labor. All of these payables amount to hundreds of millions of dollars. I discovered via questions in the Senate that Petrojam at one time was owed $8 million by one company. By one company. And there may be reasons why some people prefer not to hear what I'm saying. Because we know there are a lot of vested interests around. You know, so when you throw a stone in hog pen, the one that ball. So, Madam Speaker, I would say even in this time of the more transient crisis that has been brought on by Hurricane Melissa. Even getting a response from the companies that are operating to assist the communities in this regard is very difficult. We had an allocation for trucking water, and I know that conventionally or usually the companies truck water in the communities where mining is taking place. I tried to reach out to the company to say, well, at least tell me what areas you are going to be covering so that we don't duplicate the trucking of the water and the little allocation can go as far as possible. Not even the courtesy of a response from the companies as the elected representative of the people. So, Madam Speaker, I believe we have to, this industry is in its twilight. And in a sense, they say it's you know, the last kick of a dying mule is what you must be careful of. We need to be double our vigilance in terms of monitoring the environmental risks and the impact that these operations are having on our communities. It's not coincidental that when we look at the poverty surveys, these communities rank among the most or amongst the poorest of our communities. They should have been reflecting the benefits of the value that has been extracted out of this. And I say 400 million, 100 million Jamaican per year scattered across a number of affected constituencies. This is really an insult to the people, and I cannot support that.
The member from Manchester Northwest.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, through you, I'd like to ask the Minister of Finance a few questions pertaining to the order that she has brought to the House. Can the Minister say why it has taken 5 years for another constituency development project? This is Phase 8. Phase 7 was in 2020. And just by the Minister's admittance that this program is supposed to be every 3 to 4 years, why has it taken 5 years for constituencies that have been affected by bauxite to be seeing any resources, any at all? Secondly, can the Minister say if there will be an increase over the measly sum of $4 million that has been given to constituencies like Northwest Manchester every 3 to 4 years for projects financed through this program? Can the Minister also say which are the projects, that $1 billion that she mentioned in the last financial year, were these projects? Which communities, which constituencies were they done in, and how much was spent on each of these projects? Because I know constituencies like mine in Northwest Manchester saw no additional projects outside of the $4 million that was attributed to Northwest Manchester in 2020. And a member from South Manchester is saying that he saw none in southern Manchester also. And last question, will we be seeing the regular allotment to these constituencies and not when it is that the administration see fit that constituencies that have been affected by bauxite will see the regular flow of funds coming from the CDF?
Next is the member from St. Catherine.
Madam Speaker, I have no problem with the position taken by the member from South Manchester as it relates to reclamation by the bauxite companies. But I have a problem with the part of his presentation as it relates to the amount being allocated to those constituencies that have to do with bauxite. He spoke about 100 million per year over 3 years. But the issue is that the amount that's allocated to those constituencies is not to get 100 million per divide per year. Is that the amount you get a chance to deal with that over 3 years, the procurement and the implementation of projects. It also said that it's an embarrassment and insult of 100 million per year. I must know what I'm talking about. I don't need no help from you. I am saying, just hear me first, man. Hear me first. Rastaman, just behave. I am saying, I didn't call a name. You can't call my name. It was a constituent. It was a Rastaman. But when it started, it was under Dr. Paul Robertson. And those constituents that they mined bauxite from got 2 million per year. Southwest St. Catherine got 1 million over that period, during the period when they got 2 million. It was former member Audley Shaw that increased the amount from 2 to 4. And the amount for considered like mine from 1 to 2. But remember, I was sat in cabinet over these years. He didn't advocate then for serious increase then. But now you find it convenient to ask it now. It's hypocritical. He made some good points in his presentation. But when you talk about the amount, bro, you just come back, that's why you don't understand. It's not a statement, minister, no. It's not a statement, minister. It's not a statement. You just come back, learn a little bit. So I'm saying, Madam Speaker, it's hypocritical for the member to criticize the amount. When he left here, was 2 million. He now comes back and comes back and it's now 4 million. He never objected under Dr. Paul Robertson and his cabinet. But you know me tell the truth, Mikhail. You know me tell the truth. So I do disagree with him now. That it could have been increased or can be increased, but never criticize it under his government. So no criticize now.
The member from Southeast St. Anne.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Bauxite Mining Community Development Program. If you ask the people of Southeast St. Anne, that's a contradiction in terms. Because the constituency, as you've heard from the other members, not only the exploitative nature of mining, but the relationship between the companies and the citizens. There are places where, I tell you, as we speak, the noise, the dust, the roads that are unsafe for the people of the communities to use. And so when we talk about a community development program, it needs to be one that speaks to actually helping the people to be better as a result of mining. And that used to be the case because some of the communities in my constituency that were built in the 1970s, the Golden Groves, those communities were built on bauxite. What we're seeing now is that a lot of the communities, once the mining starts in the vicinity even of the communities, they begin to go south. They degrade. So, Madam Speaker, I speak not only for Southeast St. Anne, because I know my neighbor in Southwest has a very similar challenge. But I tell you that the open pits that have been there from the open pits that have been there for many years, they are a risk to not only the farmers, but their livelihood. They don't have the land to use for production. They don't have the safety of moving around. They don't have the safety of the children being able to move freely in these communities because of the risk associated with these open pits. And so, yes, it's a risk to the people, to their health. And of course, the mining companies have tried to explain away why it is that they keep them open. In addition, Madam Speaker, much of the lands of Southeast St. Anne are controlled by or in the hands of mining companies, some of which have not been used, will never be used, but are not being made available for use by the people. And especially at this time, when we think about the role of agriculture and the need to increase productivity, I think it's high time that we think of a relationship that is going to be beneficial and truly develop the communities. And this funding that we're talking about, this money, is insufficient. Not insufficient as a response. And so we should be thinking about what the relationship more broadly could be, including access to the assets of the companies for use in a developmental way in the communities. So I would like to ask of the Minister as well, have we assessed the effect of mining on communities? Is there any cost-benefit analysis done? And if so, could you share? If not, can you commit to doing one in order that we truly understand what this industry is doing to our communities? In terms of the projects which you speak of, which have been done over the past phases, have they been assessed? And similarly, what returns, what effect have they had on the communities? Madam Speaker, in order for us to really serve the communities and develop them, we need to rethink how mining is taking place. I get calls and messages from Taylor Corner, where the ponds that are set aside for the animals have been filled up with the silt that runs off from the mining areas into the communities. And their appeal to the mining companies oftentimes falls on deaf ears. And as you heard from my colleague member, sometimes not even the MP gets a response, let alone members of the community. And so if we're able to get it right, I think this could work to the benefit of communities. But as it stands right now, it is not serving, it is not doing justice to our communities. I thank you.
Thank you, Member. The member from St. Elizabeth Southwest.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as the matter that is before the House directly touches and concerns matters under my portfolio, I thought it important to speak on the motion, especially in relation to the need now for the allocation, as has been said by some members, for the Bauxite Community Development Program to be able to continue. Clearly, Madam Speaker, I have heard the various members who represent mining constituencies, and I want to assure them that all of the concerns that they have raised, whether it be in relation to the mining sector in general or in relation to the Bauxite Community Development Program, is something that I will take on board. And I will also commit to having a meeting with all the members of Parliament who represent mining communities so that we can fetter out some of these challenges that they continue to have. Because I believe ultimately we have the same mission and vision for the most part, which is to ensure that these mining communities see real benefit from mining in our country. Madam Speaker, I think it's important as we reflect on the motion. I know it is easy to speak about the bauxite industry as it is now, and at least the member from Southeast St. Anne did speak about the gains that we have had over the years from the bauxite industry and from our mining sector. And I believe we must not leave that behind, because the reality, there are a number of communities, towns that were built through our bauxite and mining industry, a number of schools, community centers that were built through our bauxite industry, Mandeville as we know it, St. Elizabeth Technical as we know it, Manchester High School as we know it. All of these are legacies from our mining bauxite sector. So yes, there are issues that we have in relation to some of the environmental challenges, but the reality is that a number of our towns, a number of our families were employed, have been employed, and have seen real benefit from the mining sector. In fact, even as we speak, the mining sector still pays the highest average salary to workers in our country. And when we think that mining is no longer important, when our tourism dollars went with COVID-19, it is the mining sector that held up our export earnings and kept us afloat. And I think even as we levy some of the criticism, that some of it is justified, that we put it in full context. Even if we speak about one company owing $8 million, that which was subsequently paid, it again speaks to how important that business is for Petrojam as an entity of the government. So the reality is that bauxite and mining in general is still important, but I do agree that there are some things that have happened in the past that we have to put a stop to. So as Minister of Mining, I have said that the mining companies are to, that the Commissioner of Mines is to take a zero-tolerance approach in relation to the rehabilitation of pits, so that there is no new pit added to the backlog, and that we are to start urgently treating with the fees that are to be collected in relation to the backlog, and to ensure that the companies treat with the backlog of pits. One company at least has started that process, and we have sent out letters, the Commissioner has sent out letters, and that is my clear position. Because unless the pits are repurposed for use in agriculture, and I will speak to that, but they should be filled in keeping with the legislation. We are also going to be doing a review, have started a review in relation to the specifications for rehabilitation. Because I've heard from enough persons and farmers that when the land is rehabilitated, enough topsoil is not there, so it makes it very difficult. And we plan to come to the House with changes to that regime. So I want to assure the members, and again, when we sit and meet, I will take some of your suggestions to see how in changing that regime, we can come to some common place. I do find, in general, the comments on the JBI a little unfortunate, right? I do appreciate that they have a balancing act, because they do act as the entity that provides scientific research, that provides some level of direction, guidance, especially in relation to the question of reserves for our bauxite industry, while also leading the charge on community development. But I think there is enough work that has been done under this program that people can say that good work has happened. So whether it be the Broadleaf Health Center that was rehabilitated, whether it be the fact that we now have a model in the world for how you repurpose former bauxite lands, and that model is by establishing greenhouse clusters, which we've done in multiple places, including Blue Mountain, Rose Hill, and Content, all of those in Manchester. And the Content cluster is so well renowned that when the president of the World Bank visited Jamaica, the first place he went to was to visit the farmers in Content. Because what the JBI has done in Content is to establish a cluster of greenhouses using farmers who used to farm on that land, probably about 40 farmers. Each now has their own greenhouse. Clearly they use communal activities to do pruning, things of that nature, and utilize the ponds. Instead of filling the ponds, put in pond liners and then get the water, retain the water, and use that water to drive the greenhouse cluster. One of the things that we want to do in this allocation is to rapidly expand that into more parts of St. Anne. I heard a member from Southeast St. Anne, both Southeast and Southwest. We have a model now that we can rapidly expand. And just to tell you, to put it in perspective, after Hurricane Beryl, when we went up to that Content cluster, they had taken down their plastic that covered the greenhouses. So they were able to quickly get back up and running. And they were the primary source of sweet peppers, cherry tomatoes in that Christmas season, making a lot of money. And again, because they had the ponds and they had the water. They've also done, under the development, tablets in schools programs. They have rehabilitated schools. One of the things that I said last year, and some of the members would not be here, we want to embark on bigger projects. We have set a target that none of these bauxite communities should be without piped water. And that is one of the things that we want, that none of these bauxite communities should be without piped water. It is a travesty that over the years, these communities have gone without pipe water while the industry does use a lot of water. So we have a project already in Manchester. It may be in South. I think it is in South. I'll speak to you about it, right? That we're working with the companies to put in the pipes from some of this money to get pipe water into those communities. And what we want to do in all of the areas, identify these communities, and again, tap into the bauxite, tap into the Capital Development Fund. So I say this to say, this 400 million, clearly, is part of our regular drawdown. But I have already, and the minister, I think I can go as far as said, has agreed that we should look at two things. One, some of these capital-intensive projects, which this 400 million may not be able to support, and do a pull-out in relation to that in our bauxite communities. So we may be coming very soon with another order. And additionally, I have said to the minister, and the minister agrees, that for our post-Melissa recovery, some allocation should also come. And as such, we're putting an appropriate submission together to pull down some more to help our bauxite communities in that regard. The two more things that I will say quickly. I agree, just in general, that one of the reasons that mining is now with agriculture is to move more of those lands into agriculture, right? And I tell you that we already have the model. Additionally, the member who spoke from Northwest Manchester can be assured that programmed in this 400 million is an increase in the allocation to members of parliament, right? That is programmed, and yes, you will have a regular allocation, right? So you will have timely, you will know when, so that you can plan for it. It was something that the member raised the last time, and I had assured him that we will get it done. The last thing I will say is that clearly, as we continue to manage, as we continue to look at how do we balance the critical economic impact from mining with the challenges that our communities may have, we're about to unveil a mobile application that will allow members of the community in real time to complain of issues they're having with these companies. Not just bauxite, speak a lot about bauxite, but we do have issues sometimes with sand mining. We do have issues sometimes with limestone mining. And as such, we're going to use the technology, and you will hear more about that. So I rise to support the motion. Clearly, it is critical, as the member has said. It's something that we would have wanted even before. So now that it is before us, I believe, one, that we should move quickly to have the allocation done. Let us have our meeting, and we'll pull you in as we go back to the Ministry of Finance to get some of these bigger projects done, and definitely some post-Melissa recovery. Thank you, Speaker.
Member from St. Catherine Northwest.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. St. Catherine Northwest is the home of the Withdrawal bauxite plant. And while I heard of the multiplicity of things the bauxite industry may have contributed in its very long history, and none of us in Northwest St. Catherine could claim that there is no benefit to bauxite. It is a chief employer of most persons in Northwest St. Catherine, and as far as the multiplier effect is extensive. However, this bill before us that states $4 million for each MP, I believe, Madam Speaker, is evidence to each constituency, to each bauxite affected constituency. Yes, the amount is, yes, we know what it is. Yes, we know what it is. Yeah? Yes. But it's allocation of 100 million, and I want to be very open so that my constituents don't believe that we have 100 million. That is 100 million to all, divided among all of them. And to that extent, simple mathematics would suggest that if there's any equity, it's no more than $4 to $5 million per person. To that extent, Madam Speaker, I think it proves that there is no real plan for life after bauxite. It has been indicated that bauxite should have between 10 and 15 years left of effective and efficient production. And we have the history and evidence of life after banana. We have the history and evidence of life after sugarcane. And we see how the suffering had come to those communities that were once dependent for employment and activity. We see in this plan no industry development proposal. We have not seen a life after bauxite plan being put forward for any community. I have not seen it for Northwest St. Catherine, and I am not sure if the other MPs have seen one, but there is no such plan for us to say we are going into this replacement industry. We are going into this replacement activity. And to that extent, it seems as if we are running full speed into the abyss with no plan for the people that are currently directly dependent on the bauxite industry. Indeed, Madam Speaker, we have seen without any conversation the end of what the public call dust money, the contribution to the community due to the nuisance of the dust from bauxite. I see the minister is a little engaged at this point, but this dust money that used to come to the communities have ended with no conversation to the communities where they would get a quarterly contribution for the dust nuisance that would come from it. In Northwest St. Catherine, we know that the bauxite industry have robbed us of the river. Multiple slates of pollution coming into the river that has caused for not only the economic viability of fishing, but the recreational activity of swimming have not. Madam Speaker, I'm asking for your protection.
Members, the member is asking you to allow him to speak. While on his feet, he should be heard.
Madam
Go
Speaker.
ahead, member from St. Catherine West.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, we have been robbed of our rivers. The constant pollution has caused for the habit of recreation in our rivers to end because persons have identified the probability of pollution in the river. We have the caustic pollution. We have seen on multiple occasions the fish kills within the same spaces that we have not been able to benefit from. Madam Speaker, we have also seen where a lot of agriculture are not conducive to the space because especially vegetables suffer under the dust created by the bauxite plant. I speak as well for a school called Charlemont High School that is in direct proximity to what is called the Mud Lake. And at Charlemont, listen, I win by nearly 3,000, so you can talk to me when I get closer. Madam Speaker, Charlemont High School have reported a multiplicity of reports of breathing problems among their children. And to that extent, we have not seen that level of investment coming from bauxite. Let's give an example, Madam Speaker, of a place with the production of bauxite. We have no clinic in Louidersville of any worth. The clinic in Louidersville falling apart. We have no clinic in Treadways, not falling apart, non-existent, in Treadways. The clinic in Linstead, has been asking for a dressing table to dress wounds that come to that clinic. This is a bauxite community. So with all of the conversations of how great this bauxite is, the limited interface that we have seen suggests to me that the bauxite industry is not playing a satisfactory role in this space. I join my colleague from St. Anne about a hidden problem with the bauxite industry. While it is that many a farmer is robbed of the areas that were mined, the ownership of the bauxite industry of other lands not mined and not being able to be utilized has robbed our communities of economic and housing opportunities because they hold them dear to simply ownership. These are not mined out. You know, the bauxite, leave me alone. Madam Speaker, of course, we want to focus on the rehabilitation of the mined out lands. Of course, we want to find usage of mined out lands. But I say to you, Madam Speaker, that there is no way we could claim that 14, 15, 20 greenhouses could be a legitimate plan of replacement for 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 dependent individuals on that thing. A more extensive development. And while, Minister, not criticizing that start. What I'm saying is that I can identify thousands of acres not being mined but under ownership of the bauxite that they have not allowed for usage. And it is creating in some of our constituencies a facilitator of criminal activity through squatting on these lands. Right? And also, through non-utilization. Additionally, no, I lost there by 200 votes. Additionally, additionally, Madam Speaker, I join the member from South Manchester about the lack of coordination and facilitation of the bauxite industry towards the people's representatives as member of parliaments in the area. It is not unusual that the bauxite industry would give scholarships, and without knowledge of whom they gave the scholarships to, that the member of parliament office double dip with those individuals, and regardless of requests, that has never been granted, neither to us nor our request sent to them for that to be done. They give no consideration to the people's representatives. Madam Speaker, the rust of the roofs caused by the dust from the bauxite cannot be replaced by the limited contributions that are being given. If we should give 10 sheets of zinc, 6 pieces a lot, and 2 pounds a nail, that's $52,000. This amount might give 80 individuals a contribution. Any bauxite community, in particular those in the production communities, the caustic is causing extensive damage to roof, extensive damage to crop, and extensive damage to furniture. I don't know of the livestock. Madam Speaker, I hope the minister can also imply and indicate to us how much money is currently owed to the treasury by these bauxite companies. It is our information that quite a bit is still owed to the government by these bauxite companies. And we'll also like to know for how long this has been owed, because this is a key indicator as to why we are not benefiting sufficiently from the bauxite plant. I welcome the statement from the minister that no bauxite entity or constituency community should be without water. I know piped water. I know that Windalco have its own well, for example, and we hope that as a part of its contribution to the community, that Windalco will consider in a more permanent way to provide for that into our constituencies. So we are happy that this is before us, but we are concerned that what is being granted through an institution is not sufficient to plan for life after bauxite, nor to mitigate the negatives, the cost of the negatives that the bauxite industry has created. With that, Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Minister.
Madam Speaker, just to answer a few of the questions from the members. The member from Northwest Manchester asked about the various phases, and member, you will recall that in 2020, in that phase, 300 million was allocated, but we were in COVID at the time, 2020, 2021. So there were not too many projects. But when I look at the history of the spend, I see that in 2022, there was an allocation of 268 million. And in 2024, 282. And now in 2025, 400 million. With regards to your $1 billion, the question about $1 billion, I wasn't quite sure what you were referring to, Minister. Was that question? Okay. And for the member from Southeast St. Anne, you would have gotten some of the answers to your question from the minister You had asked about the impact of mining on communities, as well as projects, how are they being assessed. And the minister would like for you to know that there is a Bauxite Community Council that sits to consider these projects. So, Madam Speaker, I now move that the motion, notice of which I gave earlier, be approved.
Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. State Minister Whittle, could you please proceed?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notice of which I gave earlier.
Those in favor? Aye. Those against? Ayes have it. House Leader? 1 minute, House Leader, sorry. Mr. Whittle?
Madam Speaker, I now ask that the motion be approved.
Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. House Leader? Public business. Hold on, Member Warmington.
In public business, we have one.
No. Public business.
I'm asking if you would allow the member who, in a previous sitting, well, Minister Warmington wishes to debate some of his motions that he... Former Minister Warmington wishes to debate...
Not minister.
Well, Member Warmington wishes to debate some of his motions. We're asking if you would allow him to start his debate. Yes.
That's what I'll make it clearer. You want to cut and go back up there? Close. Huh? Don't bubble business first. It's going to affect you. It's going to affect the next election. You will make trouble. And I'm making trouble today. Who says so? Madam Speaker.
Before you commence, member, you are being permitted by the House to only do one motion today, which is the first one on your list of 6 private members' motion. I'm only now advised that it was your wish and hope to do all 6 of them.
Madam Speaker. Just a minute.
No, respectfully.
Standing Order 23 makes it clear that a private member's motion cannot be debated before 6 days after its published in Standing Order, and not beyond 21 days. Today is 21 days for these 6 private members' motion. It will not take me more than 5 minutes to deal with each. It will not take me more than 25 minutes to deal with each. They are not confirmation. 6 of them. You want more than 5 minutes. Per. No, I don't know what you're going to do after that. But 5 minutes per motion is not much. So you can only extend beyond the 21 days with the permission of the member who laid the motions. And the issue is, no. Huh? Not one. The issue is, you will have to convince me of a reason why I should give permission to extend the period beyond 21 days.
Member from St. Catherine Southwest. Member from St. Catherine Southwest, take your seat, please.
Madam Speaker,
member from
I
St.
will
Catherine
complete
Southwest.
all 6 in 50 minutes.
That's not your option, member from St. Catherine Southwest. Take your seat, please.
Yeah, but
Madam Speaker, I move for the recommittal of the item statement by ministers.
Those in favor? Those against, the ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, we will have 2 statements today. I will start by giving a statement on agriculture, and then we will have a statement from the Minister with responsibility for health.
Thank you. House Leader, could you please take the podium for the House Speaker? He will do statement by Minister first, then Minister of Health, Minister Tufton. Member from, I have received a copy of a statement from the Minister of Health. I am not sure I've received a copy or we have circulated for the Minister of Agriculture and Mining.
It should have been circulated.
Will the House check, please?
All right. So with that said, let us start with the Minister
Member,
of
with your
Health.
permission, the Minister
Yes. Yes, sir.
of Health will commence, and we will identify the documents submitted by the Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining, and have same circulated immediately. The member from St. Catherine Southwest, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, colleagues, the government continues in its National Hurricane Recovery Program, and I wish to update this Honourable House on the impact to the healthcare system and the response that the sector is leading in collaboration with local and international stakeholder partners. Mr. Speaker, rapid infrastructure assessment has revealed that there has been extensive damage to the health infrastructure across the island. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Health and Wellness has developed our Hurricane Melissa response program. Phase 1 of 3 phases is our relief phase that involves the reinstatement of health services in saving lives and the prevention of disease. So the accident and emergency services and all the supporting services in that. Phase 2 will occur over 3 months. Phase 1, will occur over 3 months. Phase 2 of the program has the objective of reestablishing all health services to pre-hurricane levels. And phase 3 is our reconstruction phase, where we build back more resilience in our health system based on the lessons learned from Hurricane Melissa. Mr. Speaker, the lion's share of the impact, as can be seen on a map that hopefully will come on the screen, is in the southern region, Southern Regional Health Authority, and the Northern Regional Health Authority and Western Regional Health Authority. These include the parishes of St. Elizabeth, Clarendon, Manchester, St. James, Hanover, Westmoreland, St. Anne, and Trelawney. I'm not seeing that, but I suspect it may come up at some point. Mr. Speaker, 7 hospitals on the southern and western belt of the island experienced catastrophic damage to roof and infrastructure, as can be seen in the, okay, so that on the screen shows the path of the hurricane, colleagues, Mr. Speaker, and the most affected areas as outlined in the red, and the not so badly affected, but nevertheless affected area in the lighter reddish color, as outlined on the map. 7 hospitals on the southern and western belt of the island experienced catastrophic damage to roof and infrastructure, as can be seen in the pictures on the screen. These facilities include Black River in St. Elizabeth, Noel Homes in Hanover, Falmouth in Trelawney, Cornwall Regional in St. James, Savlamar in Westmoreland, and St. Anne's Bay in St. Anne. Mr. Speaker, one of our specialized facilities, the Bellevue Hospital, also suffered damages during the passage of the hurricane, including roofing systems failure, damage to biomedical equipment, electrical and sanitation, and the stormwater system. Mr. Speaker, based on our assessment, we have been able to establish operations in the St. Anne's Bay Regional Hospital with the exception of the dietary department. Cornwall Regional has lost bed capacity of about 200 beds. Falmouth Hospital lost some 65% of its roof, severe damage to lab and radiology services. Savlamar with 65% damage to roof, along with other flooding damages and storm surge. Black River Hospital has seen the most significant damage, nevertheless, with the hospital being decommissioned in the short term. And of course, the services relocated, including patients which were transferred, some 71 patients to the Mandeville Regional Hospital. The onslaught of Hurricane Melissa has impacted our efforts at the primary care level also, with more than 100 health centers across 4 regional health authorities experiencing damages ranging from roof, fencing, and water damages, which has severely impacted service delivery to the population in those areas. Mr. Speaker, our primary healthcare system is the bedrock of our service. As such, the ministry is of the mindset that the services are restored in the shortest period of time. To date, our healthcare professionals have aligned themselves to this mission, and already, despite the challenges being faced, and some 7,000 or so health workers have been impacted, 79% of those scheduled to work have turned up for work in the critical primary healthcare services that offer things like maternal and child health, HIV treatment, immunization, and other curative services to be reestablished in these areas. And I want to just pay tribute to our health team, because those who have been impacted have been victims of this, and they have come out nevertheless, despite their own challenges. As part of our overall strategy, Phase 1 requires us to implement 5 components. One is the rapid assessment to all health facilities. Secondly, the repair and mobilization of health infrastructure to restore services. Thirdly, our mass environmental health mitigation actions. And fourth, psychosocial and mental health interventions to the population impacted, both staff and citizens, and our staff welfare action, assessing the impact on our healthcare workers and how we can support them to be back on the front line. I wish to provide a quick update on these components. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry's collaboration with our partners at the Pan American Health Organization and UNICEF, and supported by the National Health Fund, have begun our national assessment, and we have completed some 40% of that program. At the end of the assessment program, we'll be able to provide better estimates on the program of work that will require for the next phase, which is our rehabilitation phase. So that program is ongoing. However, we do have a sense of what we need to restore services, but more will be needed over the course of the other two phases to build back stronger, more resilient, and to ensure that the services are maintained and consistently so. Teams from the NHF, as well as support from Doctors Without Borders and PAHO, have begun to develop bills of quantities that will be used to activate the necessary procurement processes in accordance with the law. And I want to just commend the Pan American Health Organization. They have been part of a team that I have established to provide a benchmark, best practices approach to this very difficult and impactful storm. We have never experienced a Category 5 hurricane. They clearly have experience, and they have been a critical part of the advisory team, as well as a broader team that we have established to support the health build-back. The 5 hospitals in west and southern regions, of those 5, I'm pleased to announce that Cornwall Regional Hospital has been provided with JPS services. And, you know, I saw a coverage yesterday on the state of Cornwall Regional, which painted a very gloomy picture. It's not where it ought to be, but I must say that Cornwall Regional has come a long way since the hurricane. We have already started to restore roofing on the building. In at least, I think up to 50% of roof loss has been recovered with the work of contractors supported by Doctors Without Borders. We have water that is now more consistent. We have an NWC officer based at Cornwall, and even though it's challenging, and the reference to an unfortunate death and patients be treated beside that particular deceased is unfortunate, and we regret it, but it took place in the accident and emergency ward where these things occur from time to time, where patients are being treated and a deceased is there until the final rites are read and they are removed to the morgue. So while it is unfortunate and not something we want to do, it is something that happens from time to time, whether there's a hurricane or not, just for clarity. Mr. Speaker, water supply has been provided to Cornwall and Falmouth. However, there are still some challenges as outlined, and so we're working with NWC in terms of trucking and storage. We also want to thank the donor community with 3 field hospitals, Mr. Speaker, another very important response to the hurricane. You would have seen that within a week, a field hospital was established in Black River to take off the load that was created based on the decommissioning of the Black River Hospital. And that is almost record deployment, Mr. Speaker, which I want to thank Samaritan's Purse, but also the support of the government, of course, who negotiated and coordinated the quick the deployment of that facility, and also the JDF and others who have been part of this process. I went there up to Sunday evening at night, and it is functioning well with the team, both local team and the NGO's team. And I believe the people of Black River and St. Elizabeth can be assured of health services should anything occur, particularly emergency cases at that field hospital in Black River beside the Black River High School. There are 2 other field hospitals that are being established, and as we speak, the field hospital at the Falmouth Hospital is now commissioned and in service. A similar hospital, this one established by the Spanish government in conjunction with the government of Jamaica. And I want to commend the people of Spain for this. This is a major addition, and I just want to say that these field hospitals are not tents. They may be positioned as such, but they are full-fledged hospitals with operating theaters, pharmacy, blood bank, inpatient care, accident and emergency wards, and the facilities for those who are serving the patients in those field hospitals. They have their own kitchen, desalination plant for water. It's a full self-contained facility which provides significant support to the people on the ground. And I really want to just say thanks to the team who have brought them in and established them. There's a third that is coming this week. We expect it on the island about Thursday. That one will be deployed at the Savlamar Hospital compound. Similarly, it will carry the features that these other two carry and will offer critical support to the people of Westmoreland and even beyond Westmoreland with a full team, which basically means that we are creating functionality to the people on the ground who need it while we build back the institutions that have been damaged. And I want to commend all those who have been involved in that process. Of the 3 field hospitals, we will have an extra 150 beds, Mr. Speaker, to support the people on the ground.
House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we ask for sufficient time for the member to complete his presentation.
The request is on the floor for sufficient time to the Minister for him to complete his presentation. Those in favor? Aye. Those against, the ayes have it. Member, you may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, 9 primary care support facilities have been these are similar to field hospitals, but they are health centers. We call them Tier 1 health facilities, the field hospitals being Tier 2. 9 of these have been deployed across the parishes to improve primary care services, as Mr. Speaker. In other words, where health centers have been very badly damaged, we have either had to find a replacement location or we have deployed a temporary structure which would then substitute for providing primary care in the field. We did one in Black River, and I was with the member from Eastern Westmoreland, and we did another in White House. And we will do a few others across the country, Mr. Speaker, again to provide community care, because primary care is going to be a critical part of managing in the aftermath of the storm. We have, in collaboration with our partners, it is our target to ensure that all Type 5, 4, and 3 health centers are providing basic services, and we're setting ourselves a target of the 21st of November. So essentially what we have done is map the health centers in the parishes. The temporary rehabilitation may involve a tarpaulin just to keep the elements out and to restore the staff or at least some basic services in these areas. Where those services don't exist, however, we provide a mobile unit to go into those communities, and that includes doctors, but also a mobile pharmacy. And in that regard, I want to just recognize the National Health Fund, which is an agency of the ministry. We have already established a mobile pharmacy to serve communities where persons can't or are not coming out because they have no health centers to visit. We have already gone into communities like Cambridge, Petersfield, Oxford, Spice Grove, Newmarket, Maroontown, Little London, Darliston, Ramblan, Grange Hill. Some 285 prescriptions have been filled to date across these communities using the mobile service. And we have also been dispensing medications like allergy medication, pain medication for pain, fever, cuts, bruises. So what we have tried to do, Mr. Speaker, in the immediate aftermath is to provide mobility of the health services to communities. Now, do we need to do more? We are ramping up to do more to ensure that more is provided. As it relates to vector control, we are seeing, fortunately, prior to the storm, we saw a reduction in our dengue cases below normal threshold. I want to advise, however, that within 2 to 3 weeks post the hurricane, we believe we will see an increase in the population of various types of mosquitoes for obvious reasons, and therefore the risk of the dengue virus spreading. We're saying this because the Aedes aegypti mosquito, we expect the population of that particular vector to expand. To deal with this, Mr. Speaker, we are deploying more vector workers throughout the country, but particularly to the impacted areas, some 700 temporary vector workers, in addition to our permanent workers, are being engaged. That process has commenced, and what we will see is a stepped up level of activity in terms of fogging. In fact, the ministry will continue its program of oiling of stagnant water in over 150 communities that have been targeted for this week, with over 500 communities expected to be treated over the next 2 weeks. ULV machines and other fogging equipment have been increased to support UNICEF, which is involved, UNICEF, and over 10,000 natular tablets and other vector control paraphernalia being distributed to regions. An additional 80 thermal foggers and 40,000 drum covers will be procured over the next 2 weeks. So there is a comprehensive program around vector management in anticipation of the mosquito population expanding, particularly where persons don't have electricity, they can't fan them away, they have to keep windows open, doors open. We understand that it's going to be a real challenge, and we just want to encourage those who can buy repellent and to provide some sort of self-protection so to do, but the government is very much aware of this and will be in the field giving support. In terms of water and food safety, with the support of UNICEF, Mr. Speaker, the ministry has developed a health, nutrition, water, sanitation, and hygiene plan called a WASH plan. The plan involves several components supporting the provision of primary and secondary care services for pregnant and lactating women and infants, including provision of medical supplies and immunization support, prevention of mosquito-borne illnesses, mental health and psychosocial support interventions, and risk communication and community engagement interventions. So there is a plan called WASH, the acronym, to address the concerns that I've outlined. Food safety is one of the 5 priority areas targeted by the ministry, which means an assessment of critical establishments such as large food manufacturing facilities, warehouses, cold storage, high-risk establishments such as abattoirs, butcheries, poultry farms, markets, supermarkets, restaurants, food and milk processing plants being targeted. Mr. Speaker, as of November 9, 2025, approximately 5,052 food handling establishments were assessed post the hurricane, with some 2,794, or 55%, being satisfactory, with which 100 were cited for violation. 5,661 kilograms of food was condemned. It's a very difficult decision, Mr. Speaker, colleagues, to those who clearly would have invested in their food or their establishment and are being told by the public health inspectors that you need to discard. The absolute reality is that if storage is not proper, then it poses a risk to the population, and in the interest of health, we have to take action. So I crave the indulgence of those who may be impacted negatively, but it is a reality, and the risk could be far greater in terms of the negative side than to take the risk of consuming spoiled food. Additionally, large farms and food processing farms were visited, and we continue to monitor to ensure safe food to the population, because foodborne diseases can be a major factor in the immediate aftermath of this kind of storm. In terms of water safety, we are working with our local and international partners, including PAHO, UNICEF, Red Cross, and a consortium of disaster agencies have commenced a strategic water safety intervention to manage risk associated with the passage of the storm. The interventions include supplemental portable water supply to benefit NWC distribution networks, and we have established that in Lucy, in a number of areas actually, working with those teams. Water treatment systems being placed to support impacted hospitals. And we are installing some systems to provide support for the hospitals, but we also need to do more in terms of the health centers, not just for the health centers, but in conjunction with our colleagues and other partner agencies, the communities where residents reside and have unreliable access to water. Distribution of water tablets in communities and hygiene kits provided for communities across the country. In addition, water safety assessment of primary healthcare facilities that were damaged, of which 5 healthcare facilities assessed to date using the smart healthcare facility model. We are now replacing those water facilities. What we want to do, Mr. Speaker and colleagues, in every health center, we have 325. We want to ensure that there is electricity generating capacity. Most already have a generator, so we're doing inspections, water storage, adequate water storage, and a reliable source of water, which is critical to treatment and to care. And then, of course, that the staff and the basic equipment are in place. Even if we have to put a tarpaulin over the roof for the time being, the critical thing is that the service is available. I want to turn to mental health and psychosocial support. We understand that the hurricane has induced mental health strain on our population. And I've been out there and I've spoken to persons, and, you know, it is really tragic that there are persons who are just at a loss as to what to do, having seen their homes, you know, just collapse around them and all their personal possession. It really is a sad sight. It makes you, you know, I saw the member from Eastern Westmoreland speak last week, and I must tell you, it was touching. And I know you're not a man to emotions too often. Certainly in your normal routine, right? Certainly on the political hustings, put it that way. But you were crying too? The member from Western Westmoreland, he said he was crying too. I think he wants a mobile pharmacy also. We'll give you one, don't worry. No, but seriously though, I saw the member speak last week, and you know, and I'm saying this for my own personal self too. You know, there's humanity in all of us. No matter how bold and brave we put out a strong face, there is a point as representatives where we feel the need to, it really is emotional that to see the people that you represent not having the basic or losing it, what they have. And when they work hard for it too, it's even worse. And there are just so many cases of this because of this storm. And it really is tragic. So they need support. And a big part of our outreach is going to have to be to listen, to empathize, to sympathize, to give advice, to give support. Even the basic material possession, the food that we provide in the short term, is not enough to compensate for persons' personal possession that they have lost. And I think if there is ever a time that this Parliament needs to unite, come together, and show common understanding and outreach, it is around giving support to those Jamaicans who have suffered in this time of significant grief. And I see the trips going into the affected areas. I just want to say, as Minister of Health, while you carry the food packages, maybe we just need to sit down and talk to people a little bit, spend a little time with them and encourage them and give them hope, because that's all we can give at this point while we work to make things better. And it will get better. So the mental health and psychosocial support rapid needs assessment have been completed in the 4 regional health authorities. Psychosocial support to healthcare workers who have been affected. There are many of the workers on the front line who have been. The plan is for further in-person support and virtually through Jamaica Psychological Association and Jamaica Psychiatric Association. At the same time, PAHO is providing technical support through a visiting mental health and psychosocial support expert who is assisting the mental health and substance abuse unit in coordinating this kind of response in communities. Essentially what we're going to do between the public health workers, the community health aid, the vector workers, and the mental health teams, we are essentially sensitizing that army of about 3,000 healthcare workers. When they go in the field, it's not just about vector control or food spoilage and inspection. It's also about showing some understanding for those who have been impacted, who they will have to come in contact with, and showing the empathy and support to them. That alone means something, and we want to encourage that. Beyond that, it is to elevate the concerns to the experts once there's a need so to do. So it's about listening, observing, and reporting back in the first instance. In terms of shelter surveillance, on November 9, 2025, the Ministry of Health and Wellness conducted a surveillance on 107 shelters. At the time, it was hosting some 1,320 persons. Our support includes the provision of primary healthcare services, especially to the most vulnerable, which are our pregnant and lactating mothers, children, and the elderly. Our intervention has resulted in the provision of critical support in the form of food safety, water safety, mental and psychosocial support, as well as providing the Ministry of Local Government and Community Development with advice on the strengthening of infection prevention and control interventions within the shelter space. The Ministry of Health so far received no unusual reports of outbreak of diseases in the wake of Hurricane Melissa. Surveillance team within the public health system have been actively monitoring health trends with special attention to waterborne and vector-borne illnesses that often emerge after such weather patterns. Just want to pause quickly to say, Mr. Speaker, you know, in these instances, and we have seen them before, everybody has become an expert. And it's easy for us to hold on to rumors, people giving their best advice when that advice is suboptimal because they don't have the knowledge. And then everybody grabs it and runs with it. And I've seen on social media, for example, talk about disease being, you know, different types of major outbreaks in different parts. The Ministry of Health is the authority on the challenge, and we will report if there's an area of concern. We're not going to hide it from the public. In the meantime, every other source must be questioned or approached with caution, because that just fuels panic, and that can impact the recovery process, whether it's tourism or just commerce generally. The ministry continues to urge citizens, however, to practice proper hygiene, use safe water, and report any symptoms of illness to the nearest facility. Closing, Mr. Speaker, I want to just touch on staff welfare. Ministry of Health and Wellness, of course, we empathize with our hard frontline workers and support staff, 7,000 numbering approximately in the areas that have been impacted. And we are now developing an approach to giving them support. Now, I've spoken today, this week I spoke to the Jamaica Medical Doctors Association, who rightfully so expressed concern, and they also put out a release in the public space about their doctors, their members. And, you know, I have no issues with that because I think that's their job to represent the best interests of their members. But there are so many others who are not doctors but critical to the health system. And indeed, outside of the health system, civil servants, policemen, teachers, all of whom are victims once they were in that corridor. And we have to recognize this. Now, that's why the government, through the Most Honorable Prime Minister, announced a number of measures to give support, and I'm sure he will and others will say more on the specifics of that support. What we are doing in health, we are providing on-site access to necessities like food, bottled water, hygiene kits, and bedding for staff who may be stranded or unable to go home. And that process is in train. We are arranging transportation for staff to get to and from the hospital, especially if personal vehicles are damaged or gas stations are closed. We're offering flexibility with work schedules so employees have time to deal with personal loss, repair homes, or take mental health breaks. And this is important. A lot of the missions that come are deployed in a manner to give staff a break so that they can tend to the personal challenges that they have. And that's very important. And we are enforcing sufficient rest periods and providing dedicated break areas for staff to recover from the demanding physical and emotional toll, as well as providing that level of psychosocial support where needed. It's not a perfect response, and it is emerging and evolving to get to an optimal level, but that's the plan as of now. In addition to that, we're assessing the extent of the damage by staff members, categorizing the damages, and we will make an attempt to support how they receive benefits under the wider government program that has been announced. So the NHD housing program that the Prime Minister announced of 3.5 million. We want to know how many of our members lost their roofs and what we could do to make some representation for them to benefit under programs of that kind. And there are other programs. So we do have a plan for our staff as we thank them for their work. Mr. Speaker, in times of adversity, the healthcare team has always shown resilience, and this opportunity has been no different. Many have really lost everything, really, and risen to the occasion nevertheless. And I want to say a big thank you to them on behalf of the Jamaican people and those persons that they are serving. We are strong believers in partnership as I close, and I want to use the opportunity to thank the many collaborators, almost every single Jamaican, firstly, who have expressed support for those impacted in the particular areas, who have given support in one way, shape, or form, and to our overseas collaborators. PAHO, which has helped us to frame the emergency response, UNICEF, the other UN bodies, but bilateral partners, Spain, the US, China, so many others, and the NGO community who have really brought in professionals who we have vetted and created a forum for them to be guided under one umbrella of coordination, and who have been doing a good job so far. We do expect that ultimately we have to stand on our own, and the cycle of this type of support is not permanent, and so the intention is to move quickly with the assessment and the build back so that Jamaica can have a better and more resilient health system, and Jamaicans will benefit from this. We will keep you informed, colleagues and those in the country, Mr. Speaker, as we seek to build on what we have started. Thank you very much.
Member from St. Catherine Southeastern, you are the spokesperson on health. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I address this noble House today in response to the Honourable Minister's statement, not to critique or engage in rebuttal, but to recognize, first of all, the hard work of the team at the Ministry of Health and the regional health authorities during this once-in-700-year event, and to augment the call for unity, empathy, and commitment to the amelioration of the conditions of our brothers and sisters most impacted by Hurricane Melissa. The hurricane has caused untold damage, and debates continue as to the adequacy of our disaster preparedness. History has taught us that plague follows natural disasters. We cannot fully prepare for a natural disaster, but we have the window of opportunity today to prepare for and possibly avert a public health disaster in the upcoming months. Dysentery, dengue, pneumonia, leptospirosis, and typhoid are already here in Jamaica. Malaria, yellow fever, and cholera are possible where people are living under tarpaulins, drinking river water, and practicing open defecation. In the midst of our cleanup and rebuilding efforts, be mindful that every action has a collateral benefit of preventing further loss of lives. We have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to fix not just health care, but the social determinants of health. But to do so, we must do it as one people, together. Everyone must help. Everyone must be allowed to help. And hegemony over decisions, donations, and deeds has no place in Jamaica today. Mr. Speaker, let us not be fooled by well wishes and token support. We must fix ourselves. Our former colonial masters have sent us just over £2 million, or 0.01% of aid to Ukraine, a region to which it has zero historical ties, save for the Crimean War. During said war, it was Jamaica who sent tangible aid to their forces through Mary C. Cole. Whereas we appreciate every ounce of aid, especially from the thousands sending their widow's mite, but the aid from those who can afford to solve our problems is simply not enough to ward off an impending disaster. Again, we must fix ourselves together. We will be required to go above and beyond the call of duty to build back better than before, to build back stronger. Healthcare workers have lost their homes and possessions and are still required to be frontline workers while suffering from shell shock. They must be prioritized for any relief and reconstruction. I recognize the minister's approach for that, and I am fully behind that suggestion. I will go further, though, by saying that homeless healthcare workers must be housed as soon as possible, so they do not have to worry about where they will shower and sleep while providing empathetic care. Public health must be a priority in order to stave off potential outbreaks. Potable water and proper sanitation cannot continue to be luxuries in disaster-hit areas. If what obtains cannot be addressed post-haste, then we must evacuate the affected from the petri dishes they once called homes. Healthcare workers alone cannot shoulder the burden of distributing crucial public education, hygienic kits, and water treatment tablets. We must engage the church, we must engage the justices of the peace, and the community-based organizations, and we must engage the constituencies, machineries.
House Leader.
The member time for speaking has expired in how much? 10? 5? 5? 5. He has asked for, we asked that it be extended for 5 minutes to allow it to complete.
The request is on the floor. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against, the ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So we must engage the constituencies, machineries that are just trickling down from a competitive general election. Cumulatively, these institutions can identify and reach those who cannot access health care or the necessary information and resources to prevent diseases. Public education on water treatment, proper hygiene, vector control, and the recognition of the signs and symptoms of the expected diseases must permeate every medium, with every volunteer carrying the message, not just burnt-out healthcare workers. It is the duty of every Jamaican to spread the words necessary to avoid a public health catastrophe.
It is the duty of each one to reach one with material and emotional support. We are all traumatized from the hurricane, and post-traumatic stress will unmask or exacerbate anxiety, depression, even outside of the hardest hit areas. Mental health reform across the land must be undertaken immediately, and public education coupled with access to counseling services, only recently highlighted by the recent spike in suicides, should be island-wide. Melissa has shown our healthcare sector to be fragile. In rebuilding the health facilities damaged, the goal is to build a resilient healthcare system. But I challenge you, Honorable Minister, to build a healthcare system that is anti-fragile, one that is not just resilient to stressors and disasters, but in the true sense of the term anti-fragility, overcomes and becomes stronger through built-in mechanisms that recognize deficits and appropriately address them. I challenge the executive to not do this alone. Embrace the overtures for help from all segments of society in getting boots on the ground. The spirit of voluntarism is high in Jamaica. Harness the power of our own local Good Samaritans to reach those who you do not have the capacity to reach. The danger of not having all hands on deck is that those whose status cannot afford them a life raft will be the first to perish if the ship should sink. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Westmoreland Central. Be reminded, you are to ask a question.
That's a three-part question. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's just a question. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Firstly, I just want to say to the Minister, on behalf of the constituency of Central Westmoreland, just firstly, along with donors and the Minister, it is very important to say that we are appreciative of the fact that the next field hospital will be set up in the Savlamar area. Because we all understand how devastating it was in those particular areas. My first question will be related to the phases you mentioned. I remember I said the first phase is the relief phase. That will take 3 months. The second phase, which is reestablishing the centers and hospitals to pre-hurricane levels, I notice a timeline was not given for that. So I'm going to ask you, what is the timeline to reestablish the health facilities to pre-hurricane levels? And I ask that because, especially with health centers in Central Westmoreland like Petersfield, Williamsfield, and Cornwall Mountain that were seriously devastated by Hurricane Melissa, we want to know how quickly those centers will be re-established. The second part of that question will have to do with the mobile units. In the statement, it stated that the Petersfield area, where that center is, will have benefited from the mobile units. We want to know when the mobile unit will go into Williamsfield and into the Cornwall Mountain areas, because those areas are more remote, further away from SAV, so those persons will have a larger need to have the mobile units coming into those particular areas. Gully Banks is right beside the hospital. The final question has to do with the health workers. And I notice it stated many things read the health workers, the support that will be given to them. But when I was at the SAV hospital recently, they stated that over 75% of the staff suffered significant damage. So yes, we are appreciative of the announcement made, re-support. But what they really want to know, because I heard you also state that in the wider programs, you're trying to see how they will benefit. But what you want to know, if there will be, or if there could be, any special allocation outside of the wider allocations, specifically for our health workers, especially the hospital. Those are the questions.
Minister, are you going to take them one by one or two by two? All right, so you're going to take the member from questions from Central Westmoreland first? All right, go ahead.
Okay, so the first thing, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member who spoke first. Thank him for his measured response, which I thought was sober and is in keeping with the theme. No, it's a compliment in the theme of the need for unity and the response to this, where many people have been damaged. So I do accept his areas of emphasis as a constructive criticism or constructive observation, because he's correct that the issues of building back stronger, of assisting the healthcare workers, of engaging as many persons as possible, these are all very valid points, and we have attempted so to do. In fact, we hosted a forum at one of the hotels in Kingston, which was made public, of all the groups that were interested to collaborate. We had over 30 NGOs, bilateral, multilateral partners, and some local interest, business community. And through that collaboration, we have established a window where persons who are interested to participate can engage and be a part of that process. So we will continue so to do until we overcome this particular issue. The issue of building back stronger with more resilience is a critical part of that process. And I want to dovetail that with a question about the second phase and timing from the member from Central Westmoreland. Part of the reason why you can't really give a definitive time for the phase two, because phase two will be determined to some extent by what happens in phase one. So the detailed assessment of the impact of the storm on the infrastructure will determine how long it will take for you to build out that infrastructure. And what we are hoping to do at the end of phase one is to have a more comprehensive assessment of cost, length of time. Remember, don't we have a procurement process? So it could last less than a year, it could last a year. And in particular, if you're going to deviate towards the more resilient infrastructure that the member who spoke first spoke about. So it's a function of the timing. As it relates to the healthcare workers, we are doing what we can do at this point to provide critical support. It may not be enough or what is desired in an absolute way, but it is what can be done now while we try to assess what the damage is. The specific request for something special for healthcare workers is a request I'm sure you'll get by the police officers, the teachers, and all others who have been impacted. And this is not to devalue the impact of healthcare workers. It's just to say that until we have a better assessment as to what that damage is, we will have we will have to remain in keeping with a short-term response until we can give a longer-term response. And in terms of the mobile clinic member, I would recommend, and I'll put you in touch with the parish health officer, because the response on the ground is a function of the parish health officer. In fact, when I met with the member from Eastern Westmoreland, I introduced him to the administrator for the parish, and I indicated that they need to work together so that you can help to direct that traffic. And that's one way that the MPs will be involved. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Members, Section 32 of the Standing Order speaks to a member who wishes to speak or to raise a question should rise. And so we will be guided by the Standing Order as the situation is. Member from Central Westmoreland. No, just one at a time. We don't need everybody. Eastern Westmoreland. Everybody don't have to stand at the same time. One.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Minister, I want to thank you for your visit to Eastern Westmoreland. And I hope that doesn't offend the House. You're the only minister who has visited and has invited me along. And I would encourage some of your colleagues to. I would encourage some of your colleagues to adopt a similar disposition.
Since I was not in the House.
Yes, we're back to normal.
Are you at question time, member?
Yes.
Okay. So I think you know the rules of this House.
I do, Madam Speaker. I do.
So please abide by the rules.
I will, Madam Speaker, I will. But I still thank the Minister nonetheless. Minister, what is the mechanism that is in place for all the groups that are volunteering, and some of them may even be prescribing their own medication? What is the mechanism that is in place to dovetail that so that there is adequate follow-up of those persons? So a volunteer group of doctors come in and they see a person, and the person has a chronic illness that will require follow-up treatment. They see them. We need to work out that mechanism to ensure that they can be referred into the system formally so that further care can be given to that individual. So that's the first question. The second one is around communicable versus non-communicable diseases. In terms of the non-communicable diseases, I have a concern that this is a high-stress environment that these persons have been placed in, and quite a bit of them are not able to get the care. The mobile unit is a very good attempt to get to some of these individuals. But I wanted to ask whether or not the regular medications that they use, if they would be able to gain access to those free of charge, of course, because some of them would not be in a position at this time to pay for anything at all. And in relation to the communicable diseases, the need to clear up the environment is one that needs to be prioritized. I am very concerned about how persons are disposing of human waste currently. Very concerned. And I'm wondering if it is not possible for us to look at putting some portable facilities at strategic points so that persons can relieve themselves with some amount of dignity, and to ensure that in terms of the next question, could there be a discussion with the tertiary institutions who train counselors and psychologists? Could there be a discussion with them to mobilize a group of volunteers to head to some of the hardest hit areas and start that process of counseling some of these members? Because as a representative from one of the areas that was devastated, I can tell you that it is playing with even my mind, and I consider myself a very strong individual. But just the reality of getting up on a daily basis and seeing that level of devastation, I am wondering if we cannot mobilize a group of volunteers from these tertiary institutions, some of the retired persons, and get them into the community so that they can start the counseling process. And the final question is in relation to deaths. I didn't hear any mention of deaths in the statement. Deaths both of humans and animals. If we are not able to remove the carcasses of some of these animals, that is in and of itself going to lead to another disaster. And so I think in as short a time as possible, we need to be able to come up with a plan as to how we are going to get rid of those. There are sections of Westmoreland and elsewhere that you have several cows, goats, and those things that have died, dogs, and they're just lying in the community, swollen, flies gathering around them. If we don't treat with that situation urgently, it is going to lead to some problems. I wanted your attention to that. Thank you.
Minister, would you be so kind as to take all the notations down and respond once? The next member from St. James South. The member from Hanover Eastern.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Mr. Minister, what are the plans you have for vector control for Forest and Chigwell? Those are two communities that have been marooned by water since the hurricane. There is a stench now in the community. We don't know if it's dead bodies or dead animals. So I'm asking for your urgent attention. I mentioned them last week in Parliament, Chigwell and Forest. Chigwell and Forest. Thank you.
Members, I'm not going to spend the time going through again the standing orders. The standing orders actually require that you do not turn on your mic until you're acknowledged. That's how it works. If you turn them on, it is not going to work. So the member Clarendon Northern, you may go ahead, member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Minister, can you tell us what are your plans for the communities of Anderson Town and Bauxite, who were also marooned, and the water has not totally receded, and I listened to your statement and you spoke about vector control. What methodologies are you going to be using to control vectors there, and are you going to take into consideration the citizens, especially the elderly citizens, who may have respiratory challenges as they fight through this challenging moment? So that is one. Two, there's been reports to me that there's a dengue outbreak in the community of Yes, there are reports to me that there's a dengue outbreak in the community of Morgan's Forest. So we need to have urgent attention to those areas, please. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I'm enjoying myself too, Member Brown-Burke. Enjoying myself too. So members, you're required to keep your seat. When you stand, the first person to catch the speaker's eye is the person who would be acknowledged. And then you turn on your mic. Once you do that, you will actually have no challenges. For those who are watching us in television land, our parliament seems very disruptive and disorderly because they do not appreciate what is happening with you over there in respect of how you handle the mic. And so members, if you follow the rules of the parliament, you have no challenges at all. Respectfully, if you follow the rules. And so members who complain that they don't want to be having to raise their hands, it is the reason why we reverted to the exact wording of the standing order, which is that you stand. And so myself and Deputy Speaker will actually be abiding by exactly that. Yes, so I'm having fun with the member who is waving. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. So the member from St. James South, you're acknowledged. Please turn your mic on. Thank you very much, member.
But his mic is on. All right. Thank you, Madam Speaker. He's standing. He's that short. I'm sure he is standing. Minister. Okay. Minister, are you aware that the clinic at Roehampton is flat? The one at Catadupa, Maroontown, Garlands, Welcome Hall, Cambridge, those are perhaps 40 to 50% destroyed. I heard you speak earlier about bringing some tarpaulin to some of those. I don't think tarpaulin can help with the damage that they've sustained. I don't know if you've received the reports yet, but we urgently need a field clinic in at least 2 parts of the constituency, given the wide geographic spread of South St. James. It takes up half of St. James. You may need to put one on the Maroontown, Garlands, Niagara side and another over by Cambridge. I heard you report earlier that you sent a mobile clinic into Cambridge and Maroontown. It's the first news to me. In fact, I had Mama's Mission and Dr. Dawes on Sunday operating a mobile clinic in Maroontown, and they saw over 100 people. So I'm surprised to hear that that mobile clinic was there a day or 2 before and so many people hadn't seen it. So I'm asking, Minister, if when the decisions are taken about sending in relief, whether it is medical or food or whatever, if the political representatives, the people's representatives, can be so informed so they can further inform the people. And more importantly, I've been trying to get my mother's medication, she's hypertensive, in Montego Bay, and most of the pharmacies, as you know, are still closed because they have no water, they have no electricity. I've become a drug distributor, yes. A drug distributor. Every week,
I think you are all fully aware, you know. I think you're all fully aware.
Yes. Obviously, it's legal drugs. I am the queen of the South. But Minister, every week that I come into Kingston, I'm taking back bag loads of prescription for the constituents. So I'm asking Minister, if you can help us through the NHF to get a mobile pharmacy going around the constituency to relieve me of the burden. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, if I may, the questions are piling up and I may actually miss a few of them. I'll try to be as efficient as possible. So in terms of the first question from the member from Eastern Westmoreland, I have to respond on behalf of my colleagues that when you see me, you see my colleagues and the Prime Minister. So we work together as a team. Well, let me just say that. But secondly, I appreciate the compliments and so on, but just want to make that point. Secondly, though, in terms of the volunteers, remember, in terms of the volunteers, there is a mechanism, it's an important point, there's a mechanism to vet all the volunteers that are in the field representing health service delivery. We have a registration, having looked and validated documentation, and that goes to the nursing council or the medical council, as the case may be, and then those persons are given the approval to operate, to act. in the field. These are persons, of course, coming in from outside. I mean, you have private physicians that would be registered anyway. So no one should be giving health services, prescription, giving medical advice unless they are certified so to do. And there is a temporary approval process that we go through. If you see that happening or sense that is happening, then please send us the information on that. And there are many that we have certified. So that's the process that we go through. In terms of NCDs, non-communicable and communicable diseases, that's what the pharmacy, mobile pharmacies is there for, to address concerns around the chronic cases, people with hypertension, diabetes, and so on. Now, this 3-month period is intended to regularize and get back the pharmacies that are closed down in operation. So it's just a short-term measure to address that. So for the member in South St. James, I take the point. I don't know why you didn't see them. This is what was reported to me. The NHF leads on that. But I do agree with you that you, as the political representative, should be informed and you should help that process. So I will certainly report back to them to ensure that when they're in your area. Now, I do know about... Sorry? No, she said that she didn't see the NHF mobile units. In terms of the health centers that are not functional, yes, we have the report. I showed you a diagram where we mapped all the health centers. Where there is going to have to be a long-term solution, we will put a temporary solution. That may be in any building in the area that is standing, or it could be a tent-type structure. So if you haven't seen one yet, what I'll recommend is that the parish health officer have a discussion with you and just outline what the plans are for your area. And more than likely, I will also find some time to visit your area at some point, because South St. James, northeast St. Elizabeth, northwest St. Elizabeth, eastern Westmoreland, southwest St. Elizabeth are, to my mind, based on what I've seen, certainly from a health perspective, the disaster zone. Those are the areas where the storm had the greatest impact. So I think it's important that we ensure that the citizens are served in that area. In terms of the communicable diseases, which includes the dead carcasses and so on, member from eastern Westmoreland. Remember, we work with a team, so we have the public health officers who do the visitation, and they are instructed not just to look at food, but to look at dead animals and whatever else that may, solid waste, anything that would be a health concern. We work with the National Solid Waste Agency, NSWMA. We work with the local government ministry. We work with the other agencies of the state. So where we do our jobs and we observe, we pass on that information. And there is a protocol around how to treat with dead carcasses. In terms of university mobilization and other volunteers, there is a website, Minister Grange, remind me of the name of the website. supportjamaica.gov.jm, and you can volunteer on that site. Once you register, we assess and we distribute the names based on where people and how people want to volunteer. And then we in health also have a site. So we welcome anybody. What is important is that we streamline and coordinate, because we run the risk of creating chaos by just allowing a free-for-all and all who may should come. And it doesn't work. So there has to be a central hub, which is what we do. We have university students who have volunteered, by the way, and we're going to make use of them by bringing them to support the psychosocial element of the response. I think the issue of the communities with the vector, there's an assessment at the level of the parish where we determine the maroon communities and how we access those. Interestingly, we have airlifted at least 6 or 7 patients from the ground zero zone in Westmoreland, in St. Elizabeth, to Manchester or to University Hospital, and I've saved lives in the process during the immediate aftermath. And also the JDF primarily has rescued persons who have been marooned in, bringing them down to the flats to institutions. So that is happening now. And if you have a case where that is needed, we can respond because the JDF does have the capacity to do and have been doing that. I think that's it. I hope I remember everything. Yeah, I think that's it for now. Your area. Yeah, so all the areas that have been impacted and have been marooned in or blocked off, we do one of two things. We can airlift to access. In fact, Samaritan's Purse has 2 airlift capacity vehicles, 2 helicopters. One, a smaller one that is used to go into the areas because the Tier 1 health centers are 2 types. There is a fixed and there is a mobile. Part of the mobility is to go into communities and even in areas where you can't reach by road. So if you have a community as a representative that has that problem and the team have not yet identified with the problem, you can just reach out and we will find a way to get there. The same approach in terms of the vector. You're going to see a lot more happening because we have given instruction to hire both the temporary workers combined with the permanent workers and also provide for overtime so that they work longer hours.
Minister, I would appreciate if we do not continue this practice of having members ask questions that they're not asking on the mic. It was the practice last week and it's continuing this week. It should not happen. It should not happen. It should not happen. And the reason is very often the person who you break each time, when they're answering the question, the rest of us have no idea what it is that they're speaking to. You don't need to stand. The Prime Minister did so last week, and it is continuing this week. It's a bad practice for the ministers to be responding to questions from the floor when the rest of us have no idea sometimes what that is about. And for the persons, when the speaker is communicating, one would expect respectfully that you would listen. It would actually help in how you function afterwards. I hope you don't want me to sanction you. Minister, please have members ask their questions, take the notation. And there are times when the opposition leader would ask a question and the leeway is granted. But what is happening is every member has started to just ask whatever they feel like from the floor. It cannot work. Does the member from Clarendon? Member from Clarendon North, please take your seat. So the member who was asking a while ago is the member who stood from Clarendon North. What you could do is take a look at the standing orders. There is a process for follow-up questions in respect of the questions you asked before, and there's also a process for clarification. So when you are doing, when you're so next question, please. Turn your mic on. Turn your mic on. Angelo, that's not funny. So you can encourage everybody to stand if you would so like to. Are you asking a question or you're instructing the other member to stand? Okay. So the standing orders are member Brownberg says that the first person to catch the speaker's eye who stands. That's what the standing order says. So since you are the only person standing, I suspect, since you are the only person standing, I would hope that knowing you have caught the speaker's eye and encouraging other members to stand as well. Member from St. Andrew Southwestern, ask your question.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. No, may I tell you, Madam Speaker, I have two questions to ask. One has to do with asking the Minister for a more fulsome plan of action as it relates to primary care support. You mentioned a little bit of it, but I don't think we have an idea as to how it's going to be rolled out. And I think it's important to understand the full plan. So that's one. Secondly, I wanted to ask Minister whether or not there is an emergency number for Jamaicans who find themselves in need personally of psychosocial support, or a family member who needs it, that they can call and they can get some kind of response. And how would they find out? And then my final question has to deal with the group of individuals that you said were going to be in the community. And the question I wanted to ask is whether or not, when they go in the community, they would also be used or be able to identify individuals who are in need of social protection, persons with disabilities, the elderly, that they could also refer to different agencies for action.
Thank you, member from St. Andrew Southwest. Next question. The first person is the member from Westmoreland Western, and then after that, the member from St. Andrew Western.
Is the minister aware that the people of Westmoreland endorsed the next field hospital coming to the parish of Westmoreland? Is the minister aware? That's number one. Number two, is the minister aware that the road to the Grange Hill Health Center is blocked as we speak? That's number two. And Minister, number three and final, no, I don't want to say that. Minister, you made an announcement in regards to Savlamar Hospital. Will this delay the renovation and the what you plan on doing in terms of refurbishing the Savlamar Hospital going forward? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Minister, St. Andrew West is as far from the Western Westmoreland, but it is a known, the areas of New Haven and the Riverton Seaview area are known vector-prone areas, problem for vectors. Will this be a focal point in this mosquito control period? It is the waterborne. These vectors are present. That's a lot of rainfall, a lot of water, and the vectors, the mosquitoes are really propagating.
Hanover Western.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Minister, I hear mention of field hospitals in Black River, Falmouth, and Savlamar, but none in Hanover. What are the plans, if any, for a field hospital or renovation of the Noel Holmes Hospital? That's one. You mentioned about mobile clinics. Many of our health centers are damaged. Grange, Lucy, Dias. However, we have not seen or heard anything about mobile clinics coming in any of these communities. That those communities serve a population of vulnerable persons. What are the plans to put mobile clinics, and how will these communities know about mobile clinics coming in?
The member from Portland Eastern first, and then the member from St. Anne Southeastern after. You have to turn your mic on once you're acknowledged, member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Minister, this is a question that I'm hoping you will be able to assist in relation to communicable disease and certainly cold storage. So there was a hope that light would have been restored in many places, but that hasn't happened. So there's an inquiry or a flooding of queries as to how persons who have medication that should be stored on refrigerator or cold storage, how will they get assistance in being facilitated? It's a hope that there would be some prospective solution in anticipation that it's going to rise if the light isn't returned in areas. I know I'm in the east, but it's escalating to a point that I'm hoping, not asking for a mobile clinic, but certainly at the local level, that something can be put in place so there are places that persons can go to the community where at least their medication can be stored, and if that's something to be considered because it is escalating. Thank you.
You're not next. Next, catching the eye of the speaker, member from St. Anne Southeast, and member then the member from St. James, I think.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Minister, two questions. The first has to do with the opportunity which this hurricane presents. So you should be aware of the situation at the St. Anne's Bay Regional Hospital, which even in good times is not a good place to go. And so the pressure that's on the institution now could be relieved, Minister. And the question then is, has the Minister considered completing the program of creating centers of excellence at the Claremont Hospital, at the Claremont Clinic, the Claremont Health Center, and potentially at the Monique Health Center in order to take the pressure off the St. Anne's Bay Regional Hospital, now in this crisis, but also on a longer term? The second one, the flooding in areas, Monique, Pedro River, huge bodies of water that still stand, and the mosquito nuisance, the stench and so on emanating, especially in the Pedro River community. We note the Minister's point regarding the oil, the treatment of the waters. Is this happening in communities outside of the West? Because we're not seeing that as much in these communities. And so, Minister, what's the time frame for ensuring all of these water bodies are treated to deal with the risk from the standing waters?
The member from St. James West Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Minister, acknowledging the progress that is on the ground around Cornwall Regional Hospital, my constituents want to know whether the ministry has considered the public health implications of the large volume of uncollected refuse on the ground in communities like Wester Green and Catherine Hall. If yes, what approach is being taken? And if no, why not and when? Second question is for a list of the certified medical missions on the ground in St. James and perhaps in the other parishes.
You may go ahead, Minister Tufton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So let me try to run through these. The member from Eastern Westmoreland had asked about mobile bathroom facilities. Where the shelters are located, those facilities exist. In the communities, clearly persons have to depend on what they have, and to the extent that they function, then they use them. The public health inspectors are on the ground, and part of their observation is to determine, where, they think there's a health risk, and they will make recommendations. But I can't tell you that we have portable bathrooms to dispose of in all the communities that have been impacted. What we have to do is to try and build back quickly to ensure that we get those that are there, whether it's private or otherwise, back up as quickly as possible. They probably just don't exist, huh? But that's a challenge. But I look into the matter because it's a genuine concern. In terms of the primary health care and what is the plan, I thought I had laid out a plan, Member Brown-Burke. I thought that I spoke to the immediate assessment, a determination of the level of damage, the temporary response to get them functional. Where they're not functional, replace them with a temporary structure. And where we have to, we send in a particular mobile unit, either local or otherwise, to deal with some of the issues. So that's the plan. And while we're doing that, we try to build back the ones that are badly damaged with a more resilient approach. We have a concept called the smart facility, which we have been implementing. We have about 8 or 9 health centers. Essentially, it's based on a project that we did with the UK government. So essentially, we ensure that the health centers have hurricane straps, they have solar, they have storage for water, generating capacity, a number of things that, disabled access, and so on. And that model we will seek to expand as we build back to try and get a better and more resilient primary health care system. And yes, we do think about the elderly and those that are disabled. In fact, our community health aides actually visit the elderly in their homes, and that's not an unusual practice. Right now, it's more needed than ever. In terms of the field hospital for Hanover, the plan right now is not to have a field hospital in Hanover, but to have a Tier 1 facility on the compound of the Noel Holmes Hospital. And in fact, as I look at the notes here, I see where Project Hope will be establishing that Tier 1 facility, and that will come equipped with personnel to provide support for the staff on the ground. And we'll also establish another one in Chester Castle, that is a mobile facility that will service areas like Ramble and those communities. So we do have a plan for Hanover, and that is being built out. The problem with Noel Homes is that we lost the roof for dietary, maternity ward, staff quarters, the health center. I mean, I went there, and the only place that was standing was the A&E without losing a roof. So we had a lot of people there, and we had to shift the ward space in the corridors. But the assessment has been done, and a lot of the damage is zinc-related, flying off, and we just need to put back the frames and so on. One of the things that we're going to be doing, Madam Speaker, around the strategic future of healthcare resilience, we intend and have started to examine the optimal position of where hospitals on the coast, 3 in particular, Black River, Falmouth, and Noel Homes. The question that we need to ask now is, are they in the right place? And the opportunity in this misfortune is to determine whether or not we need to relocate those hospitals. And there is some attempt being done to do that, and we'll tell the House more about that later on. In terms of Grange Hill Road being blocked and the endorsement of the field hospital, we thank you for endorsing. I had that impression when everybody knocked the desk after when we announced it, but thank you for that. And it will serve your area. I will report the blocked road to the NWA. My colleague minister deals with that. And I know he's doing a lot of work with NWA. And in terms of the announcement around the SAV hospital expansion, that is still on. We're just waiting on the final estimates to go to market. So it wasn't an election gimmick, as some suggested while we were on the ground campaigning. It's a solid plan to expand the SAV hospital. So listen out, over the next month or so it will be advertised and we'll proceed. And it's well needed. In terms of St. Andrew West and the vector control program, one of the things we recognize, and I've said it to the team, is that the hurricane may have impacted 5 or 6 parishes, but rain was falling everywhere. So the mosquito population is expanding everywhere. So the temporary workers are being employed in every parish, and the deployment is in every parish. So you will benefit from that. And then St. Anne's Bay Regional Hospital, member, I would not have started the way you did. I think the staff at St. Anne's Bay Regional would be a little upset to suggest, for you suggesting that somehow the hospital is not a good place or something like that. I'm paraphrasing. I don't know if that's what you meant. But I will say that the staff there have done significant work. In fact, after the Falmouth Hospital had the damages from the hurricane, the numbers at St. Anne's Bay went up by over 50% because they had to now service citizens of Trelawney. No, it's fine. I mean, I know you want to clarify.
No, he
all right, I think it's deserving for the healthcare
standing
workers.
on a point of order. Go ahead, member from St. Anne Southeast, with your point of order.
Madam Speaker, Minister, your reference to the workers, the staff at the hospital, is inconsistent with what I said. Okay. I made no reference to the workers. I was making reference to the experience of people generally using the facility, which is a reflection of the system, and hence my suggestion regarding the other, the health centers as a way of making sure the system works as it's intended. So I do appreciate the work of the staff. I was not speaking to them as the problem there.
That is wonderful for a new member. That's actually not a point of order also, but allowed and giving you the leeway so that the minister can make the correction. We are going to do a session. We are going to try to do a session. I think it's necessary that we do a session on just standing orders. So yes, he could say that. All right? Not a point of order. It isn't. So what I believe that we may have to do, especially for new members, for the benefit of new members, and some older members too, who do their 20 years every year for the first time, I think we are going to do some standing orders training. Go ahead, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And in the interest of the mood and the spirit of unity that has characterized the House today, I will give the member the benefit of the doubt. Maybe it was just the communication issue that was misplaced, but okay, fine. I'm glad you have corrected that, or at least clarified it. But in regards to the communities and the health centers that you have mentioned, member, the plans for the expansion or upgrading of those health facilities have not changed because of the hurricane. But I would recommend that you speak to the regional authority and the parish manager to get better particulars. But we're not stopping the work. This has slowed it down because we have to respond to the immediacy of the emergencies. And in terms of Portland and food storage and electricity, member, you have a very friendly neighbor in your member of parliament, and I'm sure you can have dialogue with him. He's in charge of electricity restoration. I am probably the wrong person to speak to on that, and I know he's working hard. But as far as the food storage is concerned, no, you asked me about electricity, and I'm saying your friendly neighbor.
Turn on your mic, member from
Just a clarification, Madam Speaker. I didn't speak about food storage. Minister, I spoke specifically about medication, cold storage for medication that is to be. Yes.
Minister, he's correct.
Yeah, I was only promoting better friendship between you and your neighbor. That's all. That's why I mentioned it. But one of the, let me just say that the NHF is charged with the distribution of medicines, and where those medicines need cold storage, to the extent that they would have expired or are no longer good, they will retrieve them and replace them. And a lot of their storage has backup generating capacity, and that's what the mobile health centers are for, mobile pharmacies are for. If you think there's an issue, though, please reach out, and we'll happily try to assist you. I can put you on to the NHF. And the final question on Central St. James. Member, the NSWMA would be the agency responsible for taking the solid waste away. We do work together, and I'll certainly raise that as it relates to your area. And in terms of the list of volunteers or missions, I can certainly make that available. In fact, I believe it is on the ministry's website, but I'll happily make that available to you, because maybe it's good for you to know who is actually in your area, not just the government, but the volunteers also. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. On the statement by Minister, we'll continue with a statement from the Honorable Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries, Mining. May I have the podium, please?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the scenes of devastation and dislocation are beyond anything our sector or indeed our nation has endured in living memory. Hurricane Melissa has dealt a devastating blow to our agricultural sector, to our rural communities, to our farm families. Many of our farmers and fishers are dealing with loss of home and loss of livelihood. Their farms have been flattened, boats and marine gear ravaged. Still, the spirit of the Jamaican people reigns supreme. As the saying goes, Madam Speaker, from there is life, there is hope. The indomitable spirit of our farmers and fishers gives me hope that even amid the destruction, they are reassuring us that they are determined to rebuild their lives and keep food on our nation's table. It's against this backdrop that I rise to share the devastating impact of Hurricane Melissa and outline our strategic approach to rebuilding the sectors. On Tuesday, the 28th of October, Hurricane Melissa made landfall on Jamaica's southwestern coast as a Category 5 system with sustained winds in excess of 260 kilometers per hour. The parishes of Westmoreland, St. James, Hanover, St. Elizabeth, and parts of Manchester, which are among our most productive, bore the brunt of the storm, and of course Trelawney, reversing hard-won production gains and posing immediate risks to food security, price stability, and livelihoods. Prior to Hurricane Melissa, members, the agricultural sector was experiencing robust growth. In fact, up to September 2025, we were 7% ahead of our best year ever. And based on our projections, our domestic crop production was estimated to reach 930,000 tons by year end, which would have been 10% above our record of 846,000 tons. Such growth represented significant progress towards our national food security goals and our rural development targets. However, regrettably, the hurricane's impact threatens to undo these gains, with serious implications for the wider economy. This late-season, high-intensity event is a stark reminder of the vulnerability of small island developing states, the reality of climate change, and the urgency of strengthening resilience as we respond to the immediate crisis. Madam Speaker, the devastation is extensive. As I've said before, our most productive agricultural zones have taken the hardest hit, which also includes parts of St. Anne and parts of Clarendon. Our preliminary assessment, conducted in collaboration with RADA, NFA, NIC, Banana Board, and our other agencies, revealed approximately 41,390 hectares of farmland has been affected, impacting over 70,000 farmers, with a loss of over 1.2 million animals, including small ruminants. Madam Speaker, the up-to-date assessments put the financial loss to the agricultural sector at $29.5 billion. The hurricane's wrath spared little in our agricultural sector. In relation to domestic crops, we lost about 32,400 hectares of our vegetable lines, amounting to an estimated $8 billion in loss, affecting 47,500 farmers. The crops that were most significantly impacted include sweet pepper, tomato, lettuce, cabbage, carrot, and vine crops like melon and cantaloupe also suffered a significant blow. Our banana and plantain crops, covering 2,450 hectares, have losses estimated at $2.9 billion, impacting 2,760 farmers. In fact, almost all our commercial banana and plantain crop has been negatively impacted. Fruit trees covering 1,870 hectares have damages estimated at $337 million, affecting 4,500 farmers. Unfortunately, our yam farmers were not spared Hurricane Melissa's blow. Tuber crops, yams, cassava, covering 4,670 hectares, have lost it estimated at $4.5 billion, impacting 6,120 farmers. Almost 70% of our yam crop for this year has been lost. Coffee has sustained a 40% damage to trees, with a 40 to 45% loss of production at an estimated value of $800 million. In relation to livestock, our poultry sector was severely hit. We lost 458,000 layabirds, which is about 50%, a little bit more than 50% of our laying flock. We lost 780,000 broilers, amounting to about $2 billion in damage. To put into perspective, Madam Speaker, for Hurricane Beryl, in total, we lost about 300,000 birds. In this instance, we've lost over 1 million birds from Hurricane Melissa. We have reports of 3,560 small ruminants, 5,600 pigs, 2,850 cattle, combined losses of $3.1 billion. Our apiculture sector, that sometimes is not spoken about a lot, but is critical to the agricultural ecosystem because of the roles of bees in our ecosystem, lost about 2,000 bee colonies, amounting to $74.5 million in damage. 38 greenhouses covering 56,000 square feet, about 337 kilometers of farm roads have been damaged, 217,1800 square feet of farm buildings, and the ministry itself, Madam Speaker. Places like Mount Pelion, Hounslow, suffered tremendous infrastructural damage. Our export center at the Montego Bay Airport suffered tremendous infrastructural damage. In total, our ministry and agencies suffered infrastructure damage amounting to $1.5 billion. Madam Speaker, our fishers heeded our cause. To be honest, when I moved around before Hurricane Melissa, a number of them very early, from the Thursday or the Friday, had brought in their vessels, brought in their boats to distances, Madam Speaker, that would reasonably have them secure. However, the storm surge that came with this Category 5 hurricane was like nothing our fishers have ever experienced. The National Fisheries Authority went out to 148 fishing beaches. Numerous of our most affected parishes have suffered infrastructural damage. In fact, in places like White House, Bluefields, complete devastation of the fishing infrastructure. Galleon, Calabash Bay, you don't see the gear sheds that used to host our engines, and the same for Parity. In fact, we estimate about $2.74 billion in infrastructure damage to our fisheries sector. Our aquaculture sector suffered about $36 million in losses, affected about 41% of our fish farmers. Probably where our fishers suffered the most impact is the fact that we have accounted for 3,289 vessels that have been damaged or destroyed by Hurricane Melissa, which is actually 45% of our national fleet of fishing vessels, with losses estimated at $2.9 billion. Total impact on our fisheries sector is $5.76 billion. Madam Speaker, the mining sector suffered significant damage, particularly in the western region. The damage there was really concentrated on some of our major quarries, including quarries like Hodges, Coast to Coast, Limecore. A number of them suffered damage to office infrastructure, access road, and in some cases, significant damage to plants. Our bauxite and alumina sector would have suffered varying degrees of damage, some minor, some mid. However, the good news is that they all have embarked on rehabilitation work, and Windalco, Jamalco, and Discovery are operating as we speak. Not really. The Mud Lake, not much. Madam Speaker, the damage is extensive and heart-wrenching. Yet in this ruin, our farmers and fishers are hopeful and eager to start again. We will ensure that they can go again. We have reactivated the Agricultural Disaster Recovery Task Force, led by Mr. Michael Price, that was established after Hurricane Beryl to centrally coordinate assessments, relief, and recovery. We are ensuring transparency, optimal resource allocation, and timely delivery on the ground. Already, we have had outreach from the FAO, who provided us with an expert to help in relation to our assessments. We've had outreach from ECA, who have pledged an initial support of US $30,000, and the United Way, who today launched their Restoration and Rehabilitation Fund for Agriculture, of which the first donor was our 100-meter world champion, Oblique Seville, who gave $500,000 towards the rebuilding effort for agriculture.
Madam Speaker, the member's time for speaking has expired. I now ask that for time sufficient for him to complete his presentation.
Members, the question is that the Minister be allowed 15 minutes to complete his presentation. Those in favor?
Aye. Aye, aye, aye.
Those
That's
against? The ayes have it.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the recovery will take an all-hands-on-deck approach, and the recovery starts now. An immediate allocation of $450 million from the remaining production incentive program is being redirected to emergency recovery, including replanting, restocking, and land preparation. This is part of a larger $3 billion plan, the full details of which I will outline in subsequent updates. This week, we will start the distribution of $40 million worth of seeds through our RADA network across various production zones. Additionally, another $80 million has been allocated for emergency procurement. The figure is split between $50 million for seeds and $30 million for agrochemicals. This is part of our immediate response. Madam Speaker and members, in an attempt to remove the barriers to production and to rapidly expand the acres under production, the RADA tractor service will provide free land preparation for the next 6 months. Additionally, Madam Speaker, all seeds and planting material available through our borders and RADA nurseries will be free for the next 3 months. While the hardest hit western parishes are cleared and repaired, we will focus early planting in some of the least affected areas, especially eastern Jamaica and our agri-parks, to feed the nation now. The Agro-Invest Corporation will lead an initial wave: 200 acres of sweet pepper, 150 acres of cassava, 150 acres of sweet potato, and 200 acres of open field vegetables, 150 acres of hot pepper, and 150 acres of scallion. Madam Speaker, the SCJ will be providing an initial $5 million in land preparation support for farmers who occupy SCJ lands. We'll be making an initial allocation of $10 million to provide urgent support to our apiculture sector, largely through the provision of supplemental feed, such as sugar. One of the challenges that our bees face, especially in our western parishes, is that almost all the flowering plants have been decimated by Hurricane Melissa. Madam Speaker, as MPs are usually the first point of contact for a number of our farmers, we will be mobilizing support through the members of Parliament to registered farmers. Beneficiary listings will have to be provided to RADA, and these initial allocations will range from $3 million to $1 million, depending on the severity of the damage. I made the point that these are initial allocations in our immediate response framework, and clearly $3 million to $1 million. And clearly, in order to move to our next phase, MPs will have to expend these resources so we can move on. Madam Speaker, we will undertake emergency repairs to priority farm roads so that communities are reconnected and produce can move efficiently to market. Strategic programs around livestock, including focusing on quickly revitalizing our backyard chicken farmers, will be prioritized through an initial allocation of $40 million to purchase chicks, provide feed, and also help in terms of infrastructure support so that people can reconstruct their backyard chicken farms. For our farmers in our agri-parks, we will implement a moratorium on lease payments so that cash flow pressures will be eased while production is restarted. In relation to our fisheries sector, we've already dispatched generators to Alligator Pond and Montego Bay to our marine fuel stations. We expect those to be in operation by tomorrow. We will have one dispatched to Great Bay by the end of the week. The team was today at White House cleaning the fuel station to assess whether a generator can get up and running Nonetheless, we have put in an alternative measure in place. So we're putting in mobile marine fuel stations with the help of the Minister with responsibility for energy at White House and Black River. We understand that some of our fishers, especially along the coast, lost everything, including their fishers' IDs and their fishing licenses. As such, we urge our fishers to report that to the NFA. We will be reproducing all current IDs and licenses free of cost once we get that report from the fishers. Additionally, we're implementing a moratorium on licensing fees for fishers in our hardest hit parishes for the next 6 months so they can focus on getting their life back in order. This week, we will start a program of providing wire, net, and rope, focusing on the beaches where fishers are able to go out. So, Madam Speaker, you have some beaches, unfortunately, where there is significant damage to the boats there. And even if we were to provide the wire, the fishers would not be in a position to go back out. You have some beaches where there's infrastructure damage, but the boats are in fairly good condition. But the fishers would have still lost almost all their pots at sea. Alligator Pond is one like that. So what we will have to do as a part of this immediate response is focus on some of those beaches, get them the wire, the rope, so they can go back out quickly as we look to ramp up support to the other beaches. And clearly, the support to the other beaches will contemplate providing vessel replacement, engine replacement in a sort of communal fashion so that people can start and work and share until they get back. And also, we will have to do some work on treating with landing sites, restoring utilities, safe access, and building back some of those gear and engine houses. Other initiatives, Madam Speaker, we've already started under the NIC to distribute free non-potable water to our farmers and our farming communities in the worst affected areas that the NIC operates, right? Again, in areas where the NIC operate. We will also be seeking to provide free trucking of water in some of these critical areas. One of the good things, Madam Speaker, is that we learned from Hurricane Beryl. So we did have generators. So even though electricity has not been restored to some of our irrigation districts, we have been able to provide generators so that the water can start to flow. Additionally, Madam Speaker, the DBJ will be outlining a scope of response in terms of financing, especially for our medium to large farmers. They will be launching this week a recovery program called M5, which focuses a lot on agriculture. Madam Speaker, by every measure available to the ministry, Hurricane Melissa is the worst hurricane event our agriculture and fisheries sector have ever faced. Even with strong preparations, a system of this intensity would have disrupted preparation. Still, it is our duty to reduce risk as much as possible. This is our immediate response program, but a larger program of intervention will come in the coming weeks from the expanded budget that we will be provided by the Ministry of Finance, and that will focus on implementing climate-smart agricultural practices, enhancing storage and processing capabilities, strengthening local food distribution networks to ensure that where we have the production, we can get it to the markets, enhancing our mitigation strategies around our farming and fishing communities, looking at our early warning systems, improving spatial planning and the reliance on infrastructure on farming lands and on fishing beaches, increasing the number of safe spaces for storing agricultural equipment and mooring fishing vessels, and establishing more backup power supplies for our irrigation systems. Madam Speaker, members, to stabilize and protect household food security, we will be tapping into external sources for selected fruits and vegetables such as tomato, lettuce, cabbage, sweet pepper, carrot, papaya, based on the dietary importance, stock levels, and anticipated gaps over the next 2 months. We will closely monitor our protein supply and, where necessary, take the appropriate steps to fill the identified gaps. Already coming out of our egg production meeting, we will have to take immediate steps to facilitate the importation of table eggs. Madam Speaker, while formal pledges are still being finalized, the private sector has already stepped forward in practical ways. Companies have assisted in clearing roads, removing debris, and distributing care packages to our farming communities. We thank them for this solidarity and invite others to join in supporting our farmers and fishers to recover swiftly. I also, Madam Speaker, want to acknowledge the commitment of our mining partners, who, a number of them, had their equipment out on the road working with the NWA to help clear some of those hard-to-clear corridors. Companies like Lidford, Hodges were out there. Jamalco, in fact, provided diesel fuel for some of the operators in areas where it was hard to get fuel, and we want to thank them. Madam Speaker, our sectors are bent but not broken. Though struck hard, we will rise again. The young farmer in Beacon, St. Elizabeth, will reap his vegetables again. The yam farmer in Wakefield, Trelawney, who has devoted his life to feed this nation, will sow and reap his yams again. The fisherman in White House, Westmoreland, will return to sea to provide for his family again. I say this not in hope, but in a firm resolve, knowing that the spirit of the Jamaica farmer and fisher is indomitable. So to the farmers who feed us and the fishers who know the sea, we must acknowledge the deep, painful frustration of having your livelihood, the work of your hands and heart, taken away in a single day. The scope of the loss is immense, and we will not pretend otherwise. But this devastation does not define who we are. The strength of this community has never been in physical property, like the gear, the nets, or the irrigation kits. The strength of this community resides in the skill, the persistence, and the deep-seated pride of the people who do this essential work. You are the foundation of our ability to sustain ourselves. The resource, your knowledge, Hurricane Melissa could never touch. We choose to move forward, not with despair, but with purpose. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Response from the member, Westmoreland Eastern.
Here. Madam Speaker,
What are you asking for, member? Protection of the speaker?
yes, I'd like to be heard.
I don't know who I seek protection from when I need to seek protection from you.
From the rabble rouser from Western St. Mary. Thank you. What rabble rouser mean?
No, I have not. Member from St. Mary West, please turn off your mic. You were not.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to my friend from Western St. Mary. Yes, the agricultural sector has suffered a profound blow. And I want to stand in solidarity with the minister who also represents a constituency that was severely devastated with the passage of the hurricane. As I can just imagine that in his local role as Member of Parliament has to be dealing with the challenges on the constituency level, and then has to also deal with the challenges within the agricultural sector, seeing that southern St. Elizabeth is a large part of the agricultural belt of the country. The food security of the country is threatened, and this is on the background of a FAO report a few years ago, I think 2024, that already spoke to the fact that 55% of our people are suffering from moderate to severe food insecurity. So when you add this to that, you can just see how a bad situation can be made worse and has been made worse. Jamaica must build a system that is rooted in equity, sustainability, innovation, and national self-determination. We must use this crisis as a transformative moment to restructure the agricultural sector, empowering our farmers and fishers to drive economic growth. We must go beyond temporary relief to climate-resilient agricultural practices, anchored in import substitution, modern technology, and improved soil and water management. The response must be visionary yet practical, urgent yet sustainable. And the opposition stands ready to collaborate with the government to restore hope and enable resilience as we advance Jamaica towards a future where our farmers can thrive and our environment protected. Madam Speaker, the discussion in this place often goes along a path, and we are criticized that we only complain. And so today I want to add some suggestions to the table. The response that we have sat down and we have worked through, we have looked at a phased response to the crisis and the devastation in the agricultural sector. Phase one, which we consider the immediate response, should have the following steps: a nationwide damage assessment and mapping and establishment and establishing an institutional framework. I know in the minister's presentation that he spoke about estimated damages, but in moving through my own constituency, we have not seen any of the field officers, and I don't know if anybody else can say they have seen any, that have done the assessment to say what has been lost from the farmers. So the first thing is to establish a nationwide damage assessment and mapping and establishing an institutional framework. That will give us rapid geospatial mapping of crops, livestock, fisheries, and infrastructural losses, use drones, rather field teams, and NAA-supported access recovery. Publish transparent results to ensure accountability. CASE, JS, 4H, and all of those other institutions should also be asked to play a role. 2, temporary relief measures. And some of these have been spoken to: a 6-month moratorium on the fees for the agri-parks, leasing, fishing licenses, and to fast-track the grants to the farmers that have been affected. The Hurricane Melissa farm input relief packages, distribution of these items: seeds, fertilizers, organic soil enhancers, animal feed, veterinary supplies, greenhouse repairs kit, drip irrigation startup kit, and emergency feed and water solutions. That must have started before I started.
No, she not. Madam Speaker, just as was as accorded to the other opposition spokesperson, we're asking for additional 5 minutes for the completion of the presentation.
Question is that the member be allowed an additional 5 minutes to complete his presentation. Those in favor? Those against, the ayes have it. Member, you may proceed.
Members, I pray that if I go over the 5 minutes, you will indulge me. So I was saying emergency feed and water solutions. So temporary fodder banks using grass reserve and donated feed, repairs of community catchment tanks, fisheries emergency response, and some of the debris, the fallen trees. We have to incorporate some carpenters and others so they can use that material to help with building back some of the poultry houses and the goat houses and those things so that these people can quickly get back up and running. If you have in Western St. Mary a single mother who was raising chickens and the storm destroyed that poultry house, it would be easy for you to use some of that tree through the carpenters in the community to prepare the lumber so they can get back up and running in short order. Phase 2 is a more general recovery, and based on the time, I'm not going to list all of the ideas because there will be other opportunities. But that should take place within the first 3 to 18 months to restore productive capacity, diversify production, and build resilience. The idea that we need to be able to become self-sufficient in producing our own planting materials. And I have heard what you've said, Minister, about Bodos and others in providing whatever they have free of charge to the farmers, and I want to commend that initiative as well. In looking at the approach to fisheries, the storage capacity of some of these fisher folks is limited, and a solarized container can be used to provide quick access to cold storage, not only for fishers, but for other players in the agricultural sector, and I believe that is something that should be pursued. In relation to importation, being practical, we all know that there has to be some level of importation to prevent famine on the land. However, in allowing the importation, the practitioners that are currently in the space should be the beneficiaries of the permits for importation. So the egg farmers should be the persons who are importing eggs, right? The onion farmers should be the persons who are importing onions. This is important because the importation and the goat farmers as well. The idea is that we want to be able to feed ourselves and have the food, but we also want the farmers to get back on their feet. And so you want them to benefit from these opportunities so they can reinvest into themselves and building out their farms. I noted after the Hurricane Beryl, Minister, that even when you had a pound of tomato selling for $1 US in the States, when it was imported in Jamaica, the price still got to $1,000 Jamaican. And so we have to use measures to protect our people against price gouging, because it cannot be that in our most vulnerable moment, having lost almost everything, that persons are going to be importing things and then trying to make 500, 600, 1,000% profit on what they have imported. Mechanism must be in place to protect the consumers against price gouging. And in concluding, Madam Speaker, Hurricane Melissa presents both a crisis and an opportunity. Jamaica can rebuild an agricultural sector that is more climate resilient, more decentralized, that provides sovereignty for our people. The vegetable lines that we have to see how we can engage more persons in hydroponics to quickly replace some of those items. And even the smaller units that you can use in the households, in the backyards, so that persons can provide enough for what they will consume. And poultry is an important part of what we're going to do to ensure that at least the cheapest protein is available to those who have been severely affected. I think I'm right on time.
No, you can wrap up if you're not finished. I'm allowing you to wrap up. Are you finished? You would like to, you want to respond first and then take the questions? Go ahead.
So, yeah, so let me just respond to the opposition spokesperson, and then I'll take all the questions and respond at the end. I want to thank the opposition spokesperson, and I definitely got the feel that, as he said, the opposition was ready to collaborate to restore hope. And I think he, like I am, seized with just the vast enormity of the task ahead of us. And I think that is important. And clearly, part of it is around just trying to continue the drive to reduce hunger, which is very, very important, which we have a number of reports that speak to. But I think one of the things that we have seen from the presentation is that clearly there's an alignment, right? So what I would have outlined is definitely phase one. So in relation to not seeing the radar officers in the field, it's because of exactly what you suggested. A lot of the work here was done with the use of drones, right? So while they would have gone to a central location, they would have sent out the drones, and it gives us a better picture. Unfortunately, in some of these areas, there's almost complete devastation. You're just seeing what was under production, and clearly the drones give you a better feel of what was under production, because you can literally see it than a man telling you that he had in these crops. So we are moving in that direction, and that's why we're getting a little bit better in terms of the speed of which we can do these assessments and also the accuracy. We have stood up our disaster task force, as I indicated, and we agree in relation to the temporary relief measures. I do like the suggestion in relation to the debris and whether we could utilize the debris, and that is something that we would explore, and maybe in collaboration with the Ministry of Industry, with some of our artisans, is something that we could get done. So I will raise that. I do like that. Again, as you highlighted, we are on a drive for self-sufficiency of planting material. Borders has come a far way, still some more to do. We are actually utilizing and instituting solarized storage. In fact, 2 are now being installed, should be finished by hopefully this week in that Pedro area, and we do already have some solarized containers for fisheries, right? So we're going to look to deploy those as quickly as possible. Clearly now the priority has shifted, so we know the areas now that won't see electricity for a little while, so it's best to prioritize those. So I will talk to the team, so we will have to redeploy from what we had originally planned. In relation to importation, I think we're on the same page. Our priority is domestic production, and we want domestic production to come back as quickly as possible. And we don't want importation to be a deterrent to domestic production. The last point that you made, however, is very important as well, in terms of how it is structured to ensure that the consumers get a break during this time. One of the challenges that we have, and we have to guard against, if the system is too centralized, then some people may see a benefit of keeping the prices inflated. And we have to guard against that. Because ultimately what we are trying to ensure from the ministry perspective is access to reliable and affordable source of food, especially in this 2-month period while our farmers get back up. But we look forward to working together on this. As I said in this statement, it will take an all-hands-on-deck approach. I look forward to the questions.
I will take the member from Portland Eastern first. It is not challenging, you know. After that, then the member from St. Mary Southeast, and then the member from St. Anne Southeastern. No need to hold up your hand. After that, I will then call the other two persons I saw. Go ahead, member from Eastern, Portland Eastern.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Minister, I want to applaud you on your efforts and your prospective thinking in your presentation. My question to you is in relation to poultry, the support for the local farmers and those who raise chicken, let me speak their language. At the end of it is what you're going to have a storage situation. Is there any contemplation to provide generators with the capacity to do that for them? That's the first question. The second question is that in Portland Eastern, there is a local initiative to use local carpenters to help to rehabilitate and restore fowl cubs. I'm not quite sure if poultry houses and fowl cubs are the same, so I will take your guidance on that. But I'm speaking the language of the people. So can there be some support for that, because it is already it has already started, and it is a self-help mechanism in the local space, and if your ministry could support that, we would be grateful. In Portland, we would have lost 600 hectares of banana and plantains. Now, I will say to you, Minister, that Portland, as well as St. Thomas and St. Mary, is prepared to be the surrogate basket. It is just the surrogate bread basket, but it is a matter of how your ministry allocates the funds to do so, but we are ready and willing. And the final question is in relation to the fisheries aspect of it. I didn't hear you make mention of the fishing villages across Portland Eastern, right around to St. Thomas, but I can tell you they are anxious and eager to get back to their livelihood, and certainly in relation to fishing wires and anything that can facilitate and assist them to get back on the seas. There's a large complaint of losing the pots. And so you have mentioned these things in your presentation, but just hoping that Portland Eastern is given some priority because we sit nicely in the east and ready to assist. Thank you.
You may proceed, member from St. Mary Southeast. And in the event you forgot, the next member would have been the member from St. Anne Southeastern. You're the one who stood? Oh, Central St. Mary. No, only one person stood up there. Okay, so it will be the member from St. Mary Central, after which it will be the member from St. Andrew West, and then Manchester Northwest.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Minister, will there be any assistance to farmers not registered with RADA? I see the reference to the RADA network and the registered RADA farmers, but is the minister aware that there were hundreds of non-RADA farmers who received damages? Secondly, Minister, will the farmers' experience this time around be different from the experience that they had during burial? Are you aware, Minister, that there are hundreds of farmers who had registered, submitted their damages, were verified and assessed, and up until this day are yet to receive a benefit or any communication as it relates to that experience? That's a question that my farmers in Southeastern St. Mary have been asking. Will their experience be different this time around. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Minister, for your presentation, and I hope you will accept the concern, sympathy, and good wishes of the people of Central St. Mary. I see reference to the RADA tractor service, Honourable Minister. Are you aware that there is no functioning tractor in the RADA fleet serving the parish of St. Mary? But further, the farmers of Central St. Mary have asked me to just advise that based on the terrain, they would prefer a metal wheel tractor to the rubber wheel tractor that was there last time around. Honourable Minister, is the ministry prepared to invest in tools that will help small farmers to ramp up production, such as handheld tractors and other smaller mechanized tools to help us to increase production, which we're prepared to do based on the call last week? The presentation speaks to priority farm roads, Minister. What will determine if a farm road is priority? And will priority be for farm roads only in the west that have been impacted, or will the look be on the areas that need to ramp up production quickly that might have less damage? The fisheries sector, Minister, I wonder if you could tell us the status of the new hatchery being built at Twickenham Park and whether any damage was suffered to that facility. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member from Manchester Northwest and then St. Andrew West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. One of my questions was asked by the member of South East St. Mary. Because, Minister, it is critical that those who are not registered or a system being put in place for the farmers who are not registered to get some assistance. But also, Minister, just to ask, you mentioned about the chicken farmers. But there are many farmers who had lost goats and cows. And will there be some system put in place in assisting those farmers who lost those livestock? But also, Minister, to ask about the tagging system. Because even before the hurricane, there was a deficiency in the regularity of tagging of animals. And since the hurricane, there are many farmers who need to get animals tagged because either some reason or other, I had the experience of a tree dropping in the back of a cow, and the farmer wanted to get the cow butchered, and there was no system put in place. And this was 2 days after the hurricane, and he was threatened to be locked up because he was unable to get the cow tagged. And you have many farmers who have lost livestock because of. So will there be a ramping up of the tagging system to help farmers like those who need to get their animals butchered quickly?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Minister, as I listened to you just now, the narrative, I just wanted some clarity on the narrative we heard last week. The Prime Minister had indicated that the other half of the country that had not suffered damage would be called upon to respond immediately to the agricultural, the sector concerns. I am wanting to make sure that, as I've said to my colleague minister before, the minister, your junior minister, Western St. Andrew is not seen as an agricultural constituency. But it is. It is, because it is, there's color a bit, of course, but beyond that, but beyond that, that other part that other part of my colleague from West Rural isn't here, but where we share this section of Western St. Andrew, that is now the other part of West Rural, it's a major agricultural area. And I just want to ensure, I have to speak now, and the fishery situation in Southwest, as in Southwest Seaview Gardens and that section of Southwest, are two critical areas for fisheries as well. So I just want to make a special appeal, a very special appeal for the fisheries and for agriculture in the western part of Western St. Andrew.
Next question comes from the member from St. Thomas Eastern. Member from
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Minister, I just want to commend you on a very worthwhile presentation at this time. As my colleague from Eastern Portland said, that we are happy to be the surrogate breadbasket parish, and my farmers in Eastern St. Thomas stands ready and willing with the requisite support from your ministry. I heard you mention, Minister, about the aerial surveillance that was done. I would like to ask this question in terms of the extension officers from RADA. Wouldn't there be a role for them to go in the deep rural areas? I was a bit concerned about that, so I just need some clarification in that regard. My other question was about the farm roads that was destroyed. So I need to get some information as it relates to my farm road in Eastern St. Thomas that were destroyed. We are on the coastal section, so that is very, very important at this time. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Minister, if you can take some additional questions, St. Anne Southeast, then St. James Southern, and then St. Catherine Northwest. I didn't see you. After that, it is the member from St. Catherine Northeast, and then we can take you, the member from Clarendon Southwest. And last, the member from Manchester South. In that order. Turn your mic on, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Minister. A couple of quick questions. The first has to do with the urgency, which we spoke of last week, and the fact that, given what we know now, how will we achieve that? You've put on the table a number of great resources, great options. Missing, Minister, is if you could tell us how these are synchronized and how they will actually get us to the different levels of production, the higher levels of production which are intended in time, especially for the Christmas season, which is approaching. Secondly, the lands which you spoke about, those additional lands that will be put under production, can you speak to where and how that will be achieved? We do, in our constituency, Southeast, have significant acreages which could be put into production, and we'll be happy to engage in that conversation. And finally, the institution, the RADA, which is the institution designated to support farming and agricultural practices, we have an issue of confidence, may I say, among some farmers as it regards to the ability to deliver in a situation like this, to deliver expediently, to deliver efficiently, and to ensure that there is equity in what is done. And so, Minister, can you speak to how we will ensure that RADA is able to do these things in a way that maintains the confidence of farmers that they are being treated fairly in the support that they require to return to normalcy? Again, Thank you.
I indicated the order prior. So, yes, you may go ahead, member from St. Catherine Northwest, but I do believe St. James South was called first. And then you are next. So St. James South first, and then the member from St. Catherine Northwest. And members, number one, the member from St. and Southeast a while ago, also embellished instead of asking questions. Finally came to the questions, and generally members, the standing order requires, if someone has asked a question before, you do not repeat the question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Minister, I think that was really a substantial presentation. I know it must be tough, and it's a good start. I'm looking forward to much more as the months progress. But I want to ask about allocation and equity. Given South St. James' key role in agriculture, as you would know from Moko, I'm assuming, or is it safe for us to assume in South St. James that we would be on the higher end of the spectrum of the announcements you've made for allocations with respect to water, with respect to all the inputs that you will be, that you have? He did say water. You were not, he did. With respect to farm roads, Minister, we had long-standing farm roads issue. I was in Moko night before last night, and they were showing me the minor roads that take you from Katadupa through Lapland into Moko, and that road can't pass. So they're taking the baskets on their heads to get out what they have left in the fields. I want to know, how will you be working with the NAA to ensure that the main roads, which are also in really horrible conditions, will also be able to take the load from the market? Because where food insecurity is concerned, South St. James has a key role to play in that, and we want to contribute, but we need our farm roads in Maroon Town, in Garlands, in Roehampton, in Sweetwater, in Moko to be prioritized. We're asking to be that model for farming development. We have the know-how, we have the farmers, we have the products, we have all of that, so we're asking you to use us as the guinea pigs. With respect to seeds and inputs, Minister, I want to know if that is limited to just seeds, or we can expect some yamed. Can we also expect some pineapple sucker, some banana sucker, some plantain sucker, and not just the seedlings? Because we have become very proficient in South St. James at pineapple farming. We're also proficient with respect to plantain and bananas, and our yams rival Trelawney. We want to know that you're not limiting it to seedlings, but of course the good old fertilizer to seeds, the good old fertilizer. We need to know how you're going to be getting that to us. I was in conversation with the people in Niagara and Garlands on Sunday night, and I told them that we have to get up now and go back to farming, and we have to lead the way, and they say they are prepared. So I'm asking you to come, give us the seedlings, but also we need the fertilizer so we can shoot up and get through the spring quickly. With respect to livestock support, I won't speak to that. We lost so, I don't know if we're included in the million that you assessed, but you know South St. James is livestock country.
It is very obvious that it
Minister,
doesn't matter
we're asking
what the rules of the parliament are. You are not going to ask questions.
You heard questions, Minister?
You need to ask questions instead of make another presentation.
You heard questions?
Yes. Along with presentation.
Can we get yam head? Question mark at the end.
No.
All right. Here's another.
If you are going to ask questions, you cannot make presentation, then you ask a question. Make another presentation, then you ask a question. Make another presentation, then you ask a question.
How many words are in a question? I don't know. Am I limited by words? All right. Will the minister?
She's asking open-ended questions. She's not asking closed-ended questions. Right? She's not leading
Minister, are you aware that the bananas and the plantains that we lost in South St. James, do you know, Minister, that there are pesticides and bugs that we are not used to that we're now seeing in the field? But Minister, do you know if you will be able to provide some pesticides to us to help us to fight these things? And Minister, are you aware that if these inputs are not provided now, we will not have banana and plantains in Montego Bay and Charles Garden Market by spring? So Minister, I'm asking this question of you. Could you please prioritize South St. James, use us as the model for farming redevelopment and recovery after Hurricane Melissa? Question mark closes that.
Turn your mic on, please. Member from St. Catherine. Turn your mic on. Thank you. You may proceed. Then it is the member from the government side, St. Catherine Northeast, and finally Manchester South. Thank you. And then, Minister, you may proceed. No, it's Manchester South. That is the last question.
Minister, are you aware that quite a few farmers have taken loans from commercial banks? Are you therefore considering any type of facilitation for those farmers that would have lost the probability of revenue in the short, medium, and in some cases, long term? And by extension, have you had conversations with commercial banks as to what form of facilitation can be made? Minister, you spoke to persons losing their chicken. Is this loss only to those who lost the wind or rain, or are we including those who lost chicken due to electricity loss and by extension spoilage due to non-refrigeration? Additionally, Minister, are you speaking or considering persons who have been forced due to the lack of electricity to host chickens longer than 6 weeks, and by extension have on their hands chickens that are not market desired, in particular as it relates to those who sell by the quarter, the jerk chicken centers? Is there possibility for consideration for feed and other losses that they would have incurred due to having hold the chickens for a long time? Is there a way for proof of participation in farming through letters from Justice of the Peace or pastors, or is it that only the RADA ID is proof of participation in farming? Minister, is there to be further conversations about animal houses? I've heard very little about animal housing, for which quite a few persons would have lost their investment. Goat pen blow down for sure. Their investment in animal housing. But quite a bit of others goat pen blow down too. Finally, Minister, as it relates to the difference in allocation from 1 to 3 million, how is it that that will be determined, as the lines of demarcation are not as stark as is the infrastructure destruction as versus the farming investment destruction? Across the island, many who are perceived to be in mild and in some cases moderate have 100% destruction as far as farming is concerned, and would therefore be in an equal position to those who have lost 100%
in the major areas. So how would we determine the distribution as it relates to farm impact and farming impact? Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Minister. And Minister, I am one of the members who was awaiting your statement. I must say that the farmers in St. Catherine Northeastern, they have been adversely affected. Minister, will there be training from RADA to improve the resilience of our farmers and their capacity to respond? And I must say that in St. Catherine Northeastern, where we are served by the St. Catherine Parish Office, where there are constituents who don't have a RADA ID, they are not usually denied the assistance, but what RADA does is immediately sign them and have them on mainstream. Minister, can you remind us whether or not there are grants for those who lost infrastructure? Also, can we embark on discussions regarding insurance and other protective arrangements for farmers, such as those who lost poultry? We recall the PC Bank and its usefulness. Minister, most of our constituents live on a hand-to-mouth basis. There are deep rural, vulnerable constituencies who live on the farm, who live based on their produce. And so the slightest disruption in their livelihood can mean life and death. Can we look at the most vulnerable areas who contribute significantly to the national food basket and allocate resources and give them the much needed support? Thank you, Minister.
Manchester South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Minister, are you aware that Manchester has consistently been one of the top 3 parishes for domestic food crop production? And are you aware that southern Manchester represents more than half of Manchester in geographic size and domestic crop production? Given your favorable response to those first 2 questions, can we therefore anticipate a substantial and urgent response in terms of the allocation to kickstart production in southern Manchester? And with respect to fishers, I welcome your announcement of the generator going to Alligator Pond to pump the fuel for the fishers. However, since your announcement, the councillor has been scouring the area and is yet to locate it, so you may want to check your sources. But the question is, Minister, last year, post-burial, when you gave out the relief checks, a number of the fishers who received it hadn't been to sea for some years. These organizations, I would say, are not vibrant. They're not very active, some of the farmers and fisher organizations. So when you look at the fishers and farmers of record, they don't necessarily reflect who are active currently. So I would just suggest in order to avoid the persons who are most active currently not being the beneficiaries, that you have your extension officers do some verification on the beach to ensure that it's those who will push out pretty much immediately who get the benefit. Thank you. We
will take the member from Clarendon Southwest, Then the member from St. James, West Central, and you're fine. No more. I was actually taking the additional questions, so thank you. Go ahead.
Minister,
Time is almost 7.
Are you aware that both plow tractors at RADA in Clarendon are inoperable? Inoperable. And this is having regard to your proposed program of free plow service. Will you consider engaging with private plow tractor operators and subsidizing that service to the farmers? Minister, you are aware that southwestern Clarendon has perhaps a number of agro-parks, some of the best producing agro-parks in Jamaica. Ebony Park, Spring Plain, Panarsos, which was recently came on board. Can you say what percentage of these agro-parks are currently under lease? And if for those that are not under lease, what measures can be expedited to ensure that those lands are leased, because those lands are very arable? In terms of insurance, can you say thus far how many farmers have benefited under the Grace AgroCare? Because I remember we worked on that closely over the years. And how many farmers are to benefit, and what was the quantum of the amount that was given to the farmers as a result of the hurricane damages that they suffered? Those are my questions.
Thank you, member. Last, member from St. James West Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Minister, is any consideration being given to utilizing new innovative approaches and technologies to producing vegetables and other crops within their growth cycles to ensure that supplies are available on the market domestically? Experts are saying that the crops within their life cycle and growth cycle can still be produced to ensure that the markets are supplied. Just wondering what consideration is being given within the ministry to those other technologies and innovative approach.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and thank you to our members and the wider range of questions, and I'll try to treat to them as quickly as possible. I think just for context, in any weather event of this nature, the government does try to provide support to help our farmers get back on their feet. And in each event of this nature, there may never be enough support to reach every single farmer. And I think that is something that we all have to appreciate, right? That is a reality. Additionally, although sometimes it doesn't appear so, farming is private enterprise. And part of what we are consistently trying to do is to ensure that more of our farmers approach it from that perspective in terms of looking at their investments, looking at their returns. We do, however, know that in instances of this nature, where you get a sudden massive shock to any private enterprise that is so important in our food security chain, that some support will be provided. So I give that as a framework, and I will go through the questions quickly. The question of generators for farmers, something that has come up, especially in the poultry sector. As you can imagine, we have a wide array of small poultry farmers. So it is and would be a massive undertaking. We are self-sufficient in poultry when we don't have weather events of this nature, and about 30% of what we produce is produced by backyard farmers. So the reality, you know, remember from Portland Eastern, if you go into a community, almost every household or every other household in some communities have those small poultry farms. So it is a little challenging. We would have to try and develop a framework maybe around farming groups, right? Working with the poultry associations and maybe working with some of our broiler companies to see how we could do a sort of public-private partnership around that. Something I'm willing to discuss and to explore. In our program, we started it in Hurricane Beryl. We do provide infrastructure support in our program, right? Again, we will try to ensure that each of the parish offices through RADA has some subvention in that regard. Probably won't do everybody, but as you all know, there are some, there are different size players, right, that are very critical. And as such, we will see how we do the beneficiary identification. Banana and planting, and I will mention this a number of times, but we are going to have a specific program outside of what I have indicated for banana and planting farmers. We did it in Hurricane Beryl. It worked significantly, where we tried to provide direct support, especially in the form of fertilizer, form of chemicals, and we saw our banana and planting industry get back up in the 7-8 month window. So it shows that if we provide the support, the farmers are willing to do what they need to do. So you will hear about that. And then I do know Portland Eastern is a big parish in terms of fisheries, so some support will be provided. In relation to St. Mary South Eastern, and this question came up a number of times, the way to ensure that farmers get benefits in these situations is to ensure that they register. There can be no going around it, because it also helps us with identification in terms of identifying who out there contributing. It helps us in terms of tracking the production numbers. It helps us to guard against glut and shortage. So say to our farmers, for all the members, go and register. As the member from St. Catherine North is highlighted, what we tend to do in these situations, if the RADA officer had known prior to that you were actively engaged in farming, and some of us know people who are actually medium-sized farmers but not registered, and you come in now, they take steps to register you. But I would say to all our farmers, register before these events. Sometimes the farmers say, boy, it don't make no sense, we may get the benefit. In these instances, you realize, because the reality, when the program gets taken by the Auditor General, the only thing we can use to identify the beneficiaries is the farmer's ID. No, the message to them, and I'm saying to members, you have to lead, We have to lead. And we have to say to our farmers, get registered. What I'm saying is where a farmer has a track record and is not registered and is known to the RADA officer, right? Then when that farmer comes, a facility will be put in place for that farmer to be registered. However, you see all the variables, which I cannot divorce those variables, because what you also don't want are people just turning up now to say they are farmers and they want a benefit because they lost. And in every weather event of this nature, you and I know, you hear somebody say a man come for a benefit and him not farming anything, right? So I'm saying, let us say to our farmers, let us use this to say to them, get registered. Now, I made a point earlier, so just to reiterate, yes, in any intervention of this nature, you will have some farmers who say that they registered, but they did not get a benefit. Clearly, what we try to do is to pool government resources, private sector resources to reach to as much farmers as possible. In Beryl, we did a good job of it. I think we were over 80%, almost 90%. That still means there's a 10%, right? So we will continue to try, especially to pool as much resources, and those of the private sector listening on, the more that we generate the mobilization of funds, the more farmers we can help. St. Mary's Central, and all the issues in relation to tractors that are not working. I've taken note of them. We've come a far way. When we started this journey in 2016, there were 7 tractors in the RADA system. Most parishes did not have a tractor at all. We now have 22 tractors in the RADA system. Some, as you have highlighted, are down. I have heard the concern in relation to St. Mary Central, but the answer to that is in the second question that you asked. Yes, we have actually procured some small tools. So remember, we had announced some programs, and those were in train prior to Hurricane Melissa. So some of those handheld tractors that are better for hilly terrain, we have some of those, and we will see how we deploy them. Clearly, I know your constituency is one of those that has that sort of terrain. Is the status of the new hatchery? It wasn't damaged. So we're happy for that. Still have some more work to do to complete that between JSIF and the National Fisheries Authority, so we will get that done. Determination of priority for farm roads, yes, that is something that I will come back to the House on, right? Clearly, there are going to be competing priorities. I've told you how much the damage is. I've told you how much we are expecting from the Ministry of Finance. So we will have to look at some of the hardest hit parishes, quite frankly, because if you're familiar with some of those areas, some of the farm roads that even were recently done have suffered some damage. And what we don't want to do is to erode the gains that we have made. Grants, I don't know what I wrote with that. I'll come back to that. But definitely we will, this is Manchester Northwest. Goats and cows. So again, what we indicated was our immediate recovery program, right? There will be a broader program, right? It doesn't mean in every instance that we will provide an animal like we're doing with chickens. But it may mean, for example, speaking to the Ministry of Finance about extending the regime to allow our farmers to import those breeds that have been happening and that we imported over 1,200, most of them being to the private sector. So it may be something like that, and seeing how we could work with the DBJ to set up a facility that could facilitate that. So in some of those small ruminants and cows, it may have something like that. We already have earmarked a program to import dairy cows, right? And it's something that we will continue to look at. The tagging system, yes, we are ramping up our tagging system. So just to let our farmers know, our NATES, our Veterinary Services Division, is open for business. We are ramping up in the areas that we've had complaints about. We're putting more officers and boots on the ground. If you have lost your passports, we can issue those replacement passports. Please contact the NATES at 876-448-5672. That is the NATES, N-A-I-T-S, NATES, the National Animal Identification and Traceability System, right? It's 648-5672. St. Andrew Western, he is not here, but I did hear him about ramping up. We are going to have an urban farming project, which will focus on a lot of vertical farming using the modern tower-type system. The member from St. James East Central asked about new technology in vegetable farming. We're going to focus on that. The member from St. Thomas Eastern, you've been doing very well. The constituency has been doing very well in terms of ramping up production. They are our biggest onion belt. We're about to roll out our onion program. Again, I will look at the farm roads in terms of priority, but bear in mind what I said earlier. St. and Southeastern, yes, urgency. So I did indicate that we want to start distribution of seeds this week, and I did indicate some specifics about enhancing how much lands we put on the production. He did ask where. Emony Park, the member from Clarendon Southwestern, will be one of the areas. So to what you asked, definitely if land is not leased, we're going to try and get leasers to come in. Outside of that, Parnassus is 100% lease. We're very happy for that. But what we're saying to the farmers now, if you're only producing on 20% of what you've leased, ramp it up. We're also going to be focused on Bernard Lodge. Clearly, we're willing to explore St. Anne. St. James Southern, there's no question, based on the damage that has been done and how productive you are, that you would be at the higher end of the spectrum. But just to all MPs, remember, this allocation, as with South Manchester, but this allocation is really because we do know that people come to MPs as the first port of call, right? It will help, but the more substantive allocation will come through other channels. So, for example, you will benefit, your farmers will benefit from a banana planting program that we definitely will provide them with some support in terms of fertilizer and chemicals. Now, that is normally administered through the banana board. So again, registration is critical, but most of them are. So we don't have that problem. And when we say seeds, it also includes planting materials. So you will hear as we go on other programs around things like yam. And we have heard the reports of seeing insects that they never saw before. We've asked our plant quarantine division to look at it. We've heard it from a couple of places. So in the support I announced, there's $30 million already for agrochemical support. St. Catherine Northwest is not here, but we've started the discussion with the DBJ in relation to those loan type arrangements and whether the DBJ can help. So we will continue on that, and I spoke about rather than the proof of participation. Definitely animal houses is a part of the conversation, and we will come back to that. Training, St. Catherine Northeastern, absolutely. Training from RADA is going to be critical, especially also in the hardest hit areas where we are a little concerned whether the soil would have been negatively impacted. So we will have to take a detailed approach in relation to soil testing and in relation to training. Persons asked about the insurance. I was trying to pull up the figures. But definitely, I think about 50 farmers are slated to benefit. And again, 90? Thank you, State Minister Whittle. 90 farmers. No, so, and they have communicated with us. In fact, there has already been a payout to 30 female farmers who registered as a part of the Rural Women Network. Again, it's a parametric scheme. So the payout is based on what your premium, what you would have paid, not the value of what you've lost. So if you pay $3,000 as your premium, your payout might be $50,000, $25,000. But I think this is again saying to more farmers, get themselves insured, because those payouts have started to happen already. In less than 2 weeks, those payouts have started to happen. Manchester Southern, we said the generator will be up by tomorrow. So if you don't see it by tomorrow, you call me. It's a one-day process, right? And yes, I take your point about the fisheries, but we normally use, you have to be current on your license, right? I do understand, and I will take the point in terms of further verification. Some people may be current, it's a one-year license. Some people may be current, but might not be going to sea. So I take that point. Clarendon Southwestern, tractors, St. James, new technology. I think I have dealt with all of those. So thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. Members, in an effort to ensure that we do not have to move a motion to extend the sitting, we are going to attempt to complete before 7:30. House Leader, would you be so kind to go back to public business so we can take the private member's motion from the member?
Madam Speaker, may we now recommit public business?
Those in favor? Those against, the ayes have it.
We will hear from the member from St. Catherine.
Madam Speaker, on the 14th day of October 2025, I gave notice in this Honourable House of private members' motion 1 to 6, and I wish to commence those. I'm asking that I just go through.
Go ahead, member.
Thank you very much. Private members' motion number 1 said, whereas the road infrastructure in most of the housing schemes in Jamaica are in deplorable conditions, and whereas these roads continue to deteriorate without any maintenance by government, And whereas such action by government results in severe difficulties and suffering for Jamaicans living in these housing schemes. And where these residents are taxpayers, most of whom are poor, less fortunate Jamaicans, be it resolved that Parliament calls on the government to immediately assume full responsibility for all road infrastructures and housing schemes throughout Jamaica and commence repairs and rehabilitation needed to bring all these roads in proper and usable conditions. And be it further resolved that in all future development, a condition of the developmental approval is that at the time of issuance of the first title to a homeowner, the titles to all road infrastructure and common areas be transferred to the local government, Kingston St. Andrew Corporation, or any other local authority, including but not limited to the National Works Agency, in order that such entity can exercise the right of ownership inclusive of maintenance. What does that mean, Madam Speaker? Is that you have housing schemes or development from 1951, Hurricane Ivan, and all of these housing schemes ever since then, they are not the responsibilities for maintenance are not assumed by government. And when you ask, government said those are development, they are not governmental scheme. I brought this here before, it went to cabinet before, it was sent to the then Minister Noel Ascott, who didn't deal with it, that's why I'm back here with it again. So I'm asking that government, that this Parliament calls on the government to take responsibility for all of these roads. Because the residents keep on calling on the parish councillors and the members of Parliament to assist in repairs. And we cannot do it because government has not assumed responsibilities. And I'm coming to that later on. But I'm asking now that we cut this nonsense about these are not government roads and that we as Parliament direct that the government takes responsibility for all of these roads. Private members number 2 says, whereas Section 35, subsection 3 of Representation of People Act states that the elector shall forthwith enter the enclosed area of the polling center, so provided and they mark a cross with a black lead pencil within the space containing the name of the candidate of his choice, and where there are other implements that can be used. Be it resolved that this Honourable House takes the necessary action to have the appropriate amendment done to Section 35, subsection 3, or Representative of People Act, provide that any implement that an elector finds appropriate or convenient to use to make the required mark shall be lawful. And be it further resolved that further amendment be made to the said Section 35, subsection 3, or Representative of People Act, to make any mark on a ballot by an elector in the space containing the name of the candidate of his choice or the intent of the elector can be discerned shall be valid and not be limited to a cross. In the last election, in the election 2020, you have 284 ballots rejected in Southwest St. Catherine. The last election, we have 342 rejected. I understand there are constituencies where up to 600 ballots were rejected. There are some, you have 500, up some to close to 1,000 ballots rejected because they claim it was not a perfect X. You have a whole woman in the country who has a shaky hand and cannot do a clear, distinct ballot. They are rejected. You have cases where the presiding officers counted these ballots as being valid. But yet you have these new young lawyers from electoral office at the final count rejected these ballots and say, you must take it to court. Why the hell do you want to take it to court when they're ballots? What I'm saying, once the intent of the elector is there, it must be counted as a valid ballot. It must be counted. So I'm asking that this section be amended to put intent. Once the intent is there, the ballot must be counted. And you can have some young lawyers say must reject and go to court. Go to court for what? So I'm asking that we make this amendment. Revelation, private members 3, whereas section 41A, subsection 1 of the Representation of People Act specify that every candidate in an election may appoint such person as he thinks fit to be outdoor agent and shall issue to any such outdoor agent appointed by him a certificate of appointment in the prescribed form, specifying the polling station in respect of which the candidate, the agent appointed. And where in many cases, returning officers, election day workers, auxiliary, or one-day police and members of security forces are prevented these said agents from effectively carrying out the function for which they were appointed. The law says there should be, and where Section 77, subsection 1 of the Representation of People Act does not specify, does not apply to the outdoor agent. I'm asking that Section 41A, subsection 3 be amended to allow the outdoor agent to stay less than the 20 yards away from the polling station. There are cases where the outdoor agent are around the corner, where they can't see what's happening. If they are appointed by the candidate and the roper makes provision for them, they should be within the precinct of voting, by the door of the polling station, where they can effectively carry out the duties for which they were appointed. Therefore, I'm asking that 41A subsection 1 be amended to allow the outdoor agent to be within the precinct of the voting. Private members' motion number 4, where Section 33 of Representation of People Act specifies that the poll shall be taken in each polling station between the hours of 7 o'clock in the forenoon and 5 o'clock in the afternoon. And whereas there are many changes to the circumstances which influence the setting of the time for polling, and whereas we are now in an electronic age, be it resolved that Section 33 of the Representation of People Act be amended, allowing the time for polling on election day to be between the hours of 7 in the forenoon and 6 in the afternoon. There are many establishments that do not allow the 2 hours for workers to go and vote. And it prevents these voters, these electors, from casting a vote for the candidate. So by closing at 5, when work ends at 4:30 at 5, it robs these electors of a chance or the opportunity to cast their ballots. I'm asking that we amend Section 33 to make it that the poll opens at 7 in the forenoon until 6 in the afternoon. Private motion number 5, where Section 44, subsection 3 of the Representation of People Act states, if in the course of counting the votes, any ballot paper is found with this counterfoil still attached thereto, the presiding officer shall carefully concealing numbers thereon from all persons present, and without examining them himself, remove and destroy such counterfoil, he shall not reject the ballot merely by reason of his former failure to remove the counterfoil. Be it resolved that this section be amended to add, or the counterfoil have been removed above or below the perforated line. There are times when the perforation are not properly done. Therefore, in removing that counterfoil, it is torn above and below the line. It should not be that it is rejected. It is not the fault of the elector that the presiding officer may be in incompetence or because it was not perforated properly. It is torn above or below. The ballot must be counted because it has nothing to do with the elector why it was not torn properly. So I'm asking that this section be amended. So wherever it is torn, the ballot should be a valid ballot. Private members' motion number 6. Whereas whereas a partial certification of the voters list was done more than 15 years ago, and whereas the current voter list reflects a distorted number of actual electors in Jamaica, but instead an inflated number. And whereas the number given after election as a voter turnout do not reflect the true percentage. Be it resolved that the government immediately provides the funds necessary for Electoral Office of Jamaica to embark on a total re-verification of voters in Jamaica. We can't have a voter list that it is not something you can rely on. So talking about voter apathy is rubbish, because what we have in the list does not reflect the true number of the electors in the country. And it's high time for us to do a total re-verification or re-enumeration of voters in this country. I'm asking that this Parliament calls on the government to provide the funds necessary to immediately start re-verification of voters in this country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member who spoke on the private member's motion, please note, you did not include number 7, but I believe the date was later, so it allows for you to speak at another time. House Leader.
Yeah, so Madam Speaker, the member has started a debate on all 6 motions. We will suspend the debate. I'm sure other members may want to participate, so we'll suspend the debate today. Madam Speaker, it is not intended to do any further business today. However, on this motion for adjournment, there is a matter that I will have to read into the record, Madam Speaker, based on the nature of it. In our last sitting, when the Prime Minister gave his presentation in relation to Hurricane Melissa recovery efforts, he did indicate that the government would move to establish a joint select committee akin to the COVID-19 Joint Select Committee to provide oversight of the recovery effort. And he did highlight that we would come to the House today to name that Joint Select Committee. In light of that, Madam Speaker, I will read these 2 letters into the record. Dear Minister, and this letter is from the Leader of Opposition Business, Mr. Philip Paulwell. Dear Minister, during this presentation last Tuesday in Parliament, the Prime Minister announced the establishment of a Joint Select Committee to provide oversight on matters relating to the operations for relief, recovery, and reconstruction consequent to the devastation caused by Hurricane Melissa. He mentioned that you and I should consult on the terms of reference and the membership of the committee. On reflection on this matter, the opposition believes that such a committee would not be necessary and appropriate at this time, as it would be duplicating and usurping the role and function of the PAAC. Please be reminded that the main functions of the PAAC, as set out in Standing Order 73A, are A, examining budgetary expenditure of government agencies and other public bodies to ensure that expenditure is done in accordance with a parliamentary approval, B, monitoring expenditure as it occurs and keeping the Parliament informed of how the budget is being implemented, and C, inquiring into the administration of the government to determine hindrances to the efficiency and to make recommendations to the government for the improvement of public administration. We would also wish to state that a joint select committee involving members of the Senate in such an exercise would be unprecedented. Considering the above, we strongly urge the government to allow the existing arrangements for oversight in all aspects of the works related to Hurricane Melissa recovery be maintained. Best regards, Philip Paulwell, and this letter was sent on Friday, November 7th by electronic mail. I will now read the government's response under my signature. Madam Speaker. Reference is made to your email dated November 7th, 2025. I must express deep concern and disappointment at the opposition's sudden change in position. This reversal is particularly surprising, given that during your press conference on November 3rd, 2025, the leader of the opposition explicitly called for additional oversight of the process. It has always been our position that Parliament already provides adequate and robust oversight through established committees, such as the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee, PAAC, and the Infrastructure and Physical Development Committee, both of which are mandated to ensure transparency and accountability. In fact, the Infrastructure Committee has already called for a meeting to begin its work in this regard. The Prime Minister's decision to establish a Joint Select Committee was aimed at fostering national consensus and unity, and in direct response to the opposition's public call for greater oversight. The precedence for this approach was established during the COVID-19 pandemic, when a similar oversight committee was appointed to consider the COVID-19 pandemic and related matters. It is therefore both perplexing and troubling that the opposition now appears to be retreating from its own stated position. Such inconsistency not only undermines constructive engagement, but also shows that the opposition is not able to take a clear and principled stance on these matters. In light of your indication that you will not be supporting the establishment of the Joint Select Committee, we will proceed in accordance with the existing parliamentary orders. We will make the existing standards and structures of the parliamentary system work. The government remains committed to transparency, accountability, and collaboration, but we urge the opposition to adopt a consistent and coherent position so that meaningful progress can be achieved in the national interest. Under my signature dated November 7, 2025. Madam Speaker, I now move that this sitting be adjourned for a date to be set.
Members, the question is that this Honourable House will now adjourn for a date to be fixed. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. This Honourable House now stands adjourned.